Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel also. Where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Something felt off. The moment I set foot on that property, the air was too still and the tall grass surrounding the house seemed to rustle in irregular patterns as if something was moving just beneath the surface. My chest felt tight from the start, my heartbeat picking up in a steady rhythm of unease. I couldn't fully explain I'd come here alone for a straightforward task. Fix a few minor issues for the acquaintance who owned the place but was living abroad. It should have been routine, just a handful of days surrounded by nature and quiet. Yet the property greeted me with a silence so weighty it felt almost accusatory. Even the wind when it blew seemed to carry more questions than answers. I tried to brush off the initial sense of unease by reminding myself that I'd been here before. Without incident, I would arrive, do my maintenance jobs, then leave simple. But the moment I parked my truck in front of the old wooden house, an involuntary shiver ran through me. A cold sweat broke on the back of my neck and I swallowed hard. Maybe it was just the sudden dip in temperature or the fact that the sky looked permanently gray as though refusing to reveal even a sliver of sun. I grabbed my bags and headed into the house, flipping on lights to push back the oppressive darkness. I remember glancing at the large windows, feeling as if something beyond the glass might be watching. There was nobody there, at least nothing I could see. The first day passed uneventfully. I inspected the plumbing, fiddled with some wiring, and took inventory of tools and supplies. The property was extensive, but my focus was mostly on the house itself. In the distance stood a large old barn, more of a rickety workshop than a barn really stocked with tools I rarely saw outside of museums or antique shops. There was an old tractor in the far corner, huge metal chains coiled on hooks, rusted sides, and wooden crates stacked precariously against the walls. Every time I glanced at that structure, I felt a subtle tug in my gut, as if that building had a heartbeat of its own. But I let it be telling myself that I deal with any barn-related issues. Later, the second night found me. Restless, the property's isolation usually a source of calm. For me became unsettling when darkness fell. The only light in the house came from a single lamp in the living room and the small bedside lamp in my room. Every other corner seemed to linger in shadow. I tried reading, but the silence made every page turn echo as if I were in a cathedral. Eventually, I decided to do a quick check around the premises. Thinking a walk might help clear my head outside the moon was partially obscured by clouds. My flashlight cut through the night, revealing tall grasses shifting in gentle waves. Each time I took a step, I expected to hear something scurry away, but there was only silence. The entire property felt strangely devoid of typical nocturnal life. No hooting owls, no chirping cricket. It's nothing. It was as though nature had collectively decided to hold its breath. I made my way toward the barn more out of habit than necessity. That place always intrigued me because it was full of old tools nobody ever used. It was padlocked not so much for security, but more to keep wild animals from wandering inside. As I approached, I noticed how the barn's rotted wood seemed to vibrate in the beam of my flashlight, but that was likely just my own trembling hand. I took a breath, inhaling the damp smell of earth and rust. My heart was pounding, then I heard it. A low, soft whistle. At first, I thought it must be the wind slipping through a gap in the barn structure, but the padlock in the door appeared intact. Leaving no obvious space for air to produce such a sound, I swept the flashlight around the exterior, scanning for a broken board or a missing slat. Nothing. The whistle persisted, carrying a small, odd melody. I didn't recognize a tune that seemed to rise and fall as though performed by someone waiting for me to follow. I felt a jolt of panic in my stomach, an immediate punch of adrenaline that made my hands shake. My breaths came in quick, shallow bursts. My first instinct was to assume someone was inside, but I had to ask myself how they got in the lock on the barn door. Looked undisturbed, and nobody else was supposed to be on the property. I stepped closer, and the whistling grew louder. It was such a human sound, controlled, deliberate. It had a pattern, a sort of half-finished sequence that repeated every few seconds. My mind raced. If it wasn't wind, then who was making it? I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the cold metal padlock. The frigid steel against my fingers made me wince. I told myself there must be a logical explanation, maybe an odd echo of the breeze. Then I steeled myself, unlocked the barn, and swung the door open. The whistling stopped so abruptly I could have sworn it had never existed in the first place. Inside, everything was silent, pitch black. I flicked the flashlight in wide arcs, illuminating rows of antique tools hanging like trophies. The smell of dust and aging wood overwhelmed me, and I felt a surge of anxiety that manifested as a sudden dryness in my mouth. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. There wasn't even a rat scuttling in the corners. I forced myself to step in and search behind every crate, every shelf, even inside the old tractor's cabin. It was a brief but intense check, fueled by a cocktail of dread and determination. Eventually, I found no one and nothing out of place. My pulse was thundering in my ears, and I was almost disappointed at the lack of tangible evidence, like it would have been easier to see a person lurking there than to face the alternative explanation that maybe something I couldn't categorize was playing tricks on me. I left the barn door unlocked, partly in defiance of whatever had just taunted me. I returned to the house with my heart still in my throat. Inside, I locked the doors and tried to calm down with some water. My hands trembled, and every noise in the house seemed exaggerated. 20 minutes passed, perhaps 30, and just as I started to settle into the uneasy comfort of the living room, I heard it again. That faint whistle, but this time it was right outside my bedroom window. The fear that gripped me in that moment felt primal, like my body went into some sort of fight. ORF flight mode before my mind could catch up. My breathing turned ragged. My throat clenched, a thin line of sweat trickled down my back, and I clenched my fists so tight my knuckles popped. I stood up slowly and approached the window, every footstep ringing in my ears. The window looked out onto a small patch of dirt and sparse grass. The moonlight cast a pale glow over the scene. I saw nothing except the swaying shadows of the property's boundary fence, but the whistling persisted, seeming to hover just beyond the frame. For a fraction of a second, I considered pulling open the curtains entirely to look out. Yet some deep instinct made me hesitate. I eventually forced myself to check, flinging the curtain aside. The night stared back at me, empty. The whistling stopped. I couldn't see anyone or anything. My flashlight, which I flicked on almost frantically, revealed not a soul. There were no footprints, no rustling in the bushes, no sign of a person crouching out of sight. It was just me in the windless stillness. But that sense of being watched, of being toyed with, sank deeper into my skin. I swallowed hard and stepped away from the window, trying to regain composure. Sleep was impossible. My mind replayed the whistling over and over, dissecting every note of its fleeting melody. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to lie down, but even under the blankets, I felt exposed. Every time I closed my eyes, I had the vivid sensation of a presence standing at the window, pressing its face against the glass, patiently waiting for me to open my eyes again. Morning arrived in the form of a gray haze. I woke groggy, feeling anything but rested. My neck and shoulders ached from tension, and my hands were clammy. Despite the cool temperature, I wandered outside to see if maybe daylight would provide some answers. The ground around the house looked undisturbed, except for one odd detail. The barn door was now closed again. I distinctly remembered leaving it open. The padlock lay in the dirt, appearing as if it had been gently placed there rather than dropped. My stomach twisted. I told myself maybe I'd forgotten to latch it, that a gust of wind had blown it shut, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been there. After I left, I decided to keep busy, hoping distraction would keep my nerves steady. I worked on small fixes, patched a leak in the roof, and tried to push thoughts of the barn out of my mind, but strange details kept surfacing. Tools in the storage shed seemed rearranged, and the air inside had grown stale, almost suffocating. Each time I glanced at the windows, I had the feeling something flickered on the edge of my peripheral vision, just a split-second presence that disappeared the moment I turned my head by lunchtime. I was jumpy, heart-pounding at the slightest sound, and the late afternoon clouds rolled in heavy and thunder rumbled on the horizon. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive, as if the sky itself threatened to crush the land. I kept glancing at the barn, half expecting to see someone standing in its doorway when a crack of lightning illuminated the property. I thought for the briefest heartbeat that I saw a shaped dart behind the barn. My breath caught, and I nearly lost my grip on the flashlight I was carrying. I told myself it could be my imagination or a trick of the storm, but the whistle that followed, distant yet unmistakable, told me otherwise. Even with the thunder and occasional wind, I recognized that melody. It was the same pattern, the same eerie tune that seemed to tug at my sanity. The storm was intensifying, but I couldn't ignore the compulsion to investigate. My steps toward the barn felt slow and deliberate, like I was wading through water. My heart hammered so hard I could feel my pulse in my temples. My palms were slick with sweat, and I had to wipe them on my pants before gripping the barn door. To my surprise, the door opened easily inside. The darkness was almost total broken. Only by the dim beams of my flashlight, the air smelled wet and met Alice, as though someone had been polishing the old tools in a locked room. I swept the flashlight around, noticing deep shadows in the far corners where the light didn't quite reach. Every now and then, the lightning outside would flash through the small, grimy windows, creating split-second shadows on the barn walls that looked like elongated figures. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't make myself speak. My throat felt paralyzed as I approached a row of large metal hooks. I felt a sudden drop in temperature, and an involuntary shiver ran up my spine. Then came a faint rustling sound near a stack of crates. My heart pounded so violently I worried I might pass out. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but I needed resolution. I inched closer, knees nearly buckling with each step, when I finally reached the crates. Flashlight trembling in my grip, I found nothing but dust. Mows drifting in the stale air, a flash of lightning revealed something on the floor, a single footprint in a patch of dust. It was roughly the size of my own, but oddly skewed, like it wasn't made by a standard shoe. I crouched to examine it, noticing how the edges seemed smudged, almost as if the foot had twisted in place. Another whistle echoed from somewhere above me, faint yet maddening. My breath caught in my throat, and I snapped my flashlight upward. The rafters overhead looked empty, but something scraped. The WI stepped back, my calves pressing against a crate. In that moment, I felt more vulnerable than ever before, like every nerve ending in my body was on high alert. I backed out of the barn, never taking my eyes off the rafters, and slammed the door shut this time. I locked it firmly. The storm raged around me as I hurried back to the house, my mind spinning with possibilities I couldn't quite accept. Once inside, I bolted the doors, double-checked the windows, and sat down on the couch, trembling from adrenaline. I couldn't explain what was happening. Was it some intruder messing with me or something less tangible? More insidious night fell quickly in the storm, the sky an unbroken blanket of black. My surroundings felt claustrophobic. Despite the fierce rain pounding against the windows, I could still sense that hush beneath it all, a quiet tension that refused to fade. Every rumble of thunder made me flinch, and each flicker of lightning left me scanning the shadows. I kept expecting to see a face at the window pressed against the glass in a silent vigil. The hours crept by. I sat in the living room, the single lamp casting a weak circle of light. Occasionally, I thought I heard the whistle between thunderclaps, distant but persistent. My throat felt perpetually dry, and my muscles were so tense they threatened to cramp. I tried to reason with myself to find a rational explanation. Maybe the wind could occasionally mimic a whistle, but the melody was too precise, too deliberate to be a coincidence. Sometimes the tune even seemed to shift slightly, as though reacting to my fear whenever I convinced myself it was gone. It would return faint and haunting. Sometime past midnight, the storm began to calm, yet the lingering electricity in the air felt more potent than ever. The property fell silent once again, an oppressive hush that weighed on my chest. Exhaustion eventually forced me to lie down on the couch. I must have dozed off briefly, because the next thing I knew, I was snapping awake with my pulse skyrocketing. My surroundings were dark, and for a moment I didn't know what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard a long, slow whistle coming from right outside the front door. My eyes darted to the windows, all locked, all covered. The door handle rattled slightly, my blood ran cold. I sat there paralyzed, feeling sweat trickle down my temples. The whistle sounded again, this time accompanied by the faintest tapping noise, like knuckles lightly drumming on wood. Every hair on my body stood on end. My stomach churned and I could barely breathe. I forced myself to stand, somehow mustering the courage to confront the door. My flashlight, flickering with low battery, cast a one glow on the doorknob. Another whistle, impossibly gentle, drifted through the crack between the door and the frame. I don't know how long I stood there, muscles locked, unable to decide whether to open the door or run to my truck. My mind swirled with paranoia, replaying every bizarre event after what felt like an eternity. The whistling ceased, the tapping stopped. Silence. I waited, listening so intently I could hear my own heart. I could almost sense a presence backing away from the door, as if acknowledging my unwillingness to let it in. My flashlight began to sputter, and in those final flickers I made a decision. I grabbed my keys, threw on my coat, and slipped out the back door to circle around to my truck. The night was still, and though I glanced around expecting to see a silhouette in the darkness, I saw only the faint outline of the barn in the distance. Once I reached my truck, I sat for a moment with trembling hands on the steering wheel. The engine's roar as I started it almost made me jump. My nerves were shot, my body on the brink of collapse from sheer terror and exhaustion. I needed to leave to get away from the property before that whistle returned. I drove off, not caring that I might be abandoning tasks left unfinished. Even as the farm disappeared in my rearview mirror, I felt the weight of something intangible pressing against my thoughts. The memory of that eerie melody still lingered in my ears, no matter how many miles I put between myself and that land I couldn't shake. The sensation that the whistling was following me, carried by the wind or lodged in my own mind. I never found out who or what was responsible for that haunting tune. In the end, I managed to finish just enough of the maintenance to fulfill my obligations, returning only once more in broad daylight to collect a few tools I left behind. I did so quickly, avoiding the barn altogether, but I could feel it watching, feel some presence on the edge of my periphery even after I was back on the road. I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to catch sight of a figure or hear that faint whistle trailing behind me. To this day, whenever dusk falls and the wind picks up, I'm haunted by the memory of that singular, unsettling melody. It crawls into my dreams and pervades my waking moments, a reminder that sometimes the unknown is closer than we like to believe. And although I never discovered the source, I'm left with the abiding certainty that something out there was calling me by a whistle so gentle yet so terrifying that it marked me forever. A cold, sharp silence seemed to coil around my house that night, pressing against the windows and leaking in through the cracks beneath the doors. Even the flicker of the television felt subdued, as if the images on the screen refused to shine too brightly for fear of drawing unwanted attention. I remember how the hairs on my arm stood on end the moment I realized I was truly alone with my own heartbeat and the faint creaks of settling wood. It was just past 2 a.m, and I was sprawled on my couch with a blanket pulled tight around my shoulders, surfing through channels in a futile attempt to drown out the uneasy quiet that was when I saw it. Something tall, dark, and fluid shifting in the reflection on the glass door that led to my backyard. A shadow I knew did not belong to me. I paused, breath catching in my throat. My eyes locked on the spot where I thought the movement had been cold. Sweat gathered at my temples and my mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was just the flicker of the screen combined with the reflection of a lamp. I turned around so fast I felt a twinge of pain in my neck, but my living room was empty except for the furniture and the faint glow of the television. No shape, no ominous figure loomed behind me. The only sound was the soft crackle from the TV speakers. I forced a nervous laugh through clenched teeth, trying to convince myself I was simply on edge. After all, I'd been struggling with insomnia for days. My breathing was shallow, my heart hammering so hard I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. I told myself that illusions were common when exhaustion blurred reality. Yet as I looked again at the glass door, I had the distinct sensation that someone or something was out there. Standing among the scattered chairs in my small patch of garden, the reflection of the night behind me felt deeper than it should have been, as though the shadows had gained an extra layer of dimension, refusing to let paranoia get the better of me. I stood up and approached the door. My footsteps seemed to echo in the stillness, every creak of the floorboards magnified by the quiet. When I pressed my face against the cold glass, all I saw was my own pale reflection against the backdrop of the living room. The backyard was cloaked in darkness, except for the faint silver glow of the moonlight on a few leaves. I squinted, scanning every inch, straining to see if anyone was hiding among the bushes or behind the chairs. The only movement was the gentle sway of a tree in the chilly wind. I felt foolish for even checking. My mind told me it was nothing but a trick of the light, a momentary distortion caused by the difference in brightness between the TV and the dark yard. Still, I couldn't dismiss the crawling sensation at the back of my neck, a primal alarm that refused to be silenced. I locked the door, made sure the curtains were drawn, and tried to convince myself that a locked door would keep any threat, real or imagined. Safely outside, back on the couch, I flicked through channels. Aimlessly, the images on the screen blurred into a stream of flashing colors accompanied by the low buzz of the TV. My heartbeat had slowed, but I remained restless. Every so often, I found my gaze drifting back to the glass door, half expecting to see a silhouette pressing against it. I also noticed my reflection gazing back at me each time I thought about getting up to turn the lights on. A different kind of apprehension. Surfaced bright lights might feel that something was there, at least in the dim glow. If a figure stood in the yard, maybe it wouldn't appear so vividly. Maybe I didn't want to see it clearly. A couple of minutes later, the sensation of being watched grew unbearable. I felt as though invisible eyes bore into me from the darkest corner of the room. My mouth went dry and I gulped down saliva. My chest felt tight, as if I couldn't draw enough air to. Steady. My racing thoughts, I decided it would be best to go upstairs. My bedroom provided a sense of sanctuary. 4 solid walls without glass doors or large windows that peered into the night, clutching the handrail. I crept up the stairs, listening for any noise that didn't belong. The house responded with its usual moans and creaks, each one amplified by my frayed nerves. Once inside my bedroom, I locked the door out of pure instinct. My breath was still shallow, and I could feel the cool sweat running down my back. I sank onto the bed, leaving the lights off, thinking that maybe if I pretended to sleep, the feeling of unease would go away. Perhaps I could fool my mind into slumber if I stayed still enough. But sleep refused to come. The mattress felt hard. The pillow seemed too hot and then too cold. My skin prickled as if electricity danced over it, making every hair stand. I thought about turning on some music or searching for a meditation app on my phone, but something in me hesitated. It felt as if making any noise would alert whatever presence lingered outside, if it was indeed outside at all. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I decided I was being paranoid. People see shadows all the time, especially when exhausted. I recalled half-remembered stories about individuals catching glimpses of movement in their peripheral vision. Scientists attributed that phenomenon to the brain's pattern, recognition going into overdrive. I told myself I was simply another tired man who needed rest. Rolling onto my side, I stared at the faint glow that seeped through the curtains from the street lamp. Outside, my eyelids grew heavy, and for a moment I thought I was drifting off. Then I heard a subtle scraping sound, so quiet it almost blended with the hum of my own thoughts. I froze, my body tensed. The sound came from somewhere below, as though something was brushing up against the back door. I held my breath, unsure if I was truly hearing it, or if it was just the pounding of blood in my ears. I rose from the bed, feeling my knees tremble. My chest felt constricted, and my palms were slick with sweat. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror on the wall and noticed how pale I looked, eyes wide like a cornered animal. The reflection unsettled me, reminding me of that earlier distortion. I had seen in the glass door downstairs. I stood there trying to convince myself to check the hallway to make sure everything was still fine, but annoying fear told me that if I went downstairs, I might see something I didn't want to see. The scraping sound came again, followed by a soft rustling. My heart pounded to the point of pain, and a metallic taste filled my mouth, unable to endure the uncertainty. I forced myself to open the bedroom door and step into the upper hallway. It was too dark, so I switched on a small table lamp. The hallway felt narrower than usual, and the walls seemed to close in on me. I strained to hear any repeated noise when nothing came. I moved step by cautious step to the top of the stairs and peered down. The living room was veiled in darkness, and the only indication of something. And this was a faint glow from the still-active TV screen, which I had forgotten to turn off a flicker on the screen, cast dancing shadows on the wall. Could it have been the TV that caused the reflection? Earlier, the rational part of my brain clung to that idea, but that earlier sensation of being watched refused to let go. My mind replayed that moment again and again, the tall, dark shape merging with mine in the reflection, summoning courage I didn't believe I possessed. I descended the stairs, stepping as lightly as possible. The floorboards still betrayed me with each creak, and I felt certain that if there was something lurking in the house, it already knew exactly where I was. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow, and a cold sweat trickled down my forehead, a primal adrenaline. Spike kept me moving, even though my muscles ached with tension. Finally, I reached the bottom of the stairs and stood. At the threshold of the living room, the TV illuminated the room with a cold blue shimmer. My gaze fell on the glass door, now only partially obscured by the curtains I had drawn earlier. That sense of dread intensified, as if an unseen weight pressed against my ribs, drawing a shaky breath. I crept closer to the door, then in the faint reflection cast by the TV light, I noticed the shape again, only this time it was more distinct. A tall, featureless outline standing just behind me in the reflection. My stomach twisted in terror, and I lurched around, arms raised defensively, but I was alone. The shape was gone from the reflection. My heart hammered so loudly that I could barely hear the sound of my own gasp. Every hair on my body stood on end. The living room was empty, yet the reflection had been so vivid. Waves of cold spread through my limbs, and I felt a surge of lightheadedness. I staggered back, nearly tripping over the edge of the carpet. I thought to myself that maybe the figure was not in the house, but rather inside the reflection itself, like some warped presence of overlapping my own shadow. The idea made no logical sense, but I couldn't shake it. A movement in the corner of my vision made me whip my head around the curtains, shifted slightly. Though there was no breeze to move them, it was as if something had brushed against the fabric from the outside. My breath caught, and I reached out to pull the curtains aside, then stopped. Did I really want to look into the darkness again? My hand shook uncontrollably, but I gritted my teeth and yanked the curtains open. A quick, involuntary hiss escaped my lips when I saw the backyard. It looked entirely empty. The chairs were arranged just as I had left them. The small garden, motionless. In the windless night, yet the glass itself seemed distorted, rippling like a thin film of water instead of a solid pane. My own reflection appeared, stretched my face, elongated mouth opening in an expression of silent horror. I felt an urgent need to confirm that I wasn't a man in inning things. Clenching my fist, I rapped my knuckles against the glass. It felt solid, but I saw a subtle shimmer at the point of contact, like a dark ripple that spread outward before vanishing. My breath caught, and I stepped away. The reflection flickered, and once again that tall silhouette seemed to loom just over my shoulder, then blinked out of sight. My instincts screamed for me to get out of there, to retreat back to my bedroom, or possibly leave the house altogether, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. A wave of nausea rolled through me, and I realized I was breathing in quick, shallow pants. The air felt stale and heavy, as though whatever lingered in the reflection had seeped into the room and was now standing right behind me. My arms prickled with goosebumps, and my heart pounded against my chest so hard I feared it would burst. Refusing to succumb to the paralyzing grip of fear, I pushed away from the door. My mind leapt from one desperate thought to another. I considered calling someone, maybe a friend, to talk me down from this panic, but it was nearly 4 in the morning, and I had no idea what I would even say. I imagined describing the events to another person and realized how absurd it would sound. A strange shadow in my reflection, a door that ripples like water. They would tell me to get some rest or see a doctor. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to slow my breathing. After several frantic heartbeats, I forced myself to think clearly. I repeated a silent mantra. It's not real, you're just seeing things. This is insomnia messing with your head. The more I repeated it, the more some small measure of calm returned to me. My breaths came easier and the frantic drum beat in my chest settled into a steady thrum, stealing my nerves. I decided to check every corner of the house to prove to myself there was no intruder one by one. I turned on lights. The kitchen was just as I'd left it, with a couple of dishes in the sink and no sign of forced entry. The bathroom next to the living room was empty, the shower curtain still drawn back as I had it by the time I completed my circuit of the downstairs. I had rechecked the door locks, tested the windows, and confirmed everything was secure. The only place I avoided was the glass door. The more stayed away from it, the less I felt the weight of those eyes, that oppressive presence. Eventually, I decided I should try to rest. I turned off the TV, leaving the living room in darkness, and headed upstairs. My legs trembled with every step, exhaustion and anxiety weighing me down like lead. I left the bedroom light on this time, unable to face the thought of lying awake in darkness. I must have drifted in and out of a restless doze around daybreak. I opened my eyes to see the first pale rays of sunlight seeping through the curtains. The morning light dispelled some of the terror, but an uneasy tension gripped my chest. I got up, every muscle aching with fatigue, and steeled myself to check the living room again. In the brightness of day, the glass door looked ordinary. No ripples, no distorted reflections. My yard was tranquil. The chairs sat in neat rows, and the few flowers in my small garden were undisturbed. Yet even so, that nagging feeling of having been watched clung to me. I had an almost inescapable sense that some fragment of that shape still hovered in the corner of my vision, as if waiting for dusk to reclaim its power. The memory of that tall silhouette loomed over my thoughts, and the recollection of the glass rippling beneath my touch was as vivid as any waking nightmare I had ever experienced. I wished I could dismiss everything as the delirium of a sleepless night, but my racing heart and lingering dread told a different story. Something had invaded my home, even if it left no footprints or broken locks. It might have remained in the reflection, bridging the boundary between my world and some unsettling dimension, just beyond ordinary sight. In the weeks that followed, I covered the glass door with a thick curtain, one that blocked even the faintest glimmer of light. The moment the sun began to set, I would draw that curtain closed and avoid the living room if I could. Sometimes while upstairs in bed, I would catch myself holding my breath, convinced I had heard a faint scrape against the glass or the whisper of movement beneath the door. On those nights, I hardly slept, running through frantic possibilities in my mind, imagining elongated figures and merging shadows waiting just outside my field of vision. Yet life continued, and I somehow managed to get by with less and less sleep. Friends occasionally commented that I looked exhausted, but I only offered vague excuses about stress and insomnia. I could never bring myself to explain the real reason the events of that single night remained imprinted on my thoughts, lurking like a bruise that refuses to fade. Eventually, I made a decision I wouldn't allow that presence, whatever it was, to dictate my life forever. One evening, I found myself standing in front of that glass door once more, curtain in hand, as the last amber rays of sun dipped below the horizon. My pulse raced, but this time I refused to close the curtain. I opened it wide instead, letting the reflection come into full view. My own eyes stared back at me, and behind that reflection stretched the growing darkness of my yard. For a moment, all I saw was my tired, haunted expression. No shadows flickered, and the glass did not ripple. I'm not sure if that's the end of it or merely a lull in something much larger. Even now, as I step closer and see my face in the glass, I half expect to catch a glimpse of that shape looming over my shoulder. A chill still caresses my spine when I recall the electric tension in the air, the sense that two realities were overlapping like mismatched puzzle pieces. The memory alone is enough to keep me alert every night, listening for the slightest hint of movement in the backyard. Maybe I did see something that night, or maybe my tired mind conjured a phantom out of loneliness and fear. Either way, the sensation of those unseen eyes on me lingers buried somewhere in my chest like an invisible weight that compresses my ribs when the house is dark and silent. I can't say I'm at peace, but I'm still here, and in the end, perhaps that's all one can hope for in the face of a dread. We can't quite name remaining watchful, refusing to yield, carrying the memory and the mystery with me into each new day. Yet even as I write these words, I glance at the glass door and brace myself, wondering what I might see the next time I dare to look. Darkness pressed in on me from all sides, a suffocating weight that made every breath feel shallow. The wind whispered through the pine trees like a warning, rustling their branches and irregular pulses that set my nerves on edge. Even the moon, a weak pale glow, seemed powerless against the immense shadow of the mountains. I had never felt so insignificant under a sky that should have been serene. Instead, it felt like the night was watching me, conscious of my presence, waiting. I had come here with two close friends for what we hoped would be a serene getaway. The promise of crystal-clear mountain air and the thrill of being far from civilization had convinced us to plan this trip for months. We set up our 3 tents in a rough semicircle, each just a few feet apart, so that we could share supplies and keep an eye on one another. Though it wasn't my first time camping, something about this particular region made me feel ill at ease from the moment we arrived. The landscape was dramatic. Jagged peaks, dense forests, and sparse trails that wound like serpents around the mountainside. The isolation was absolute. Cell phone reception vanished before we even reached the dirt road that led us here. Our first day passed uneventfully, though I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that we had stepped into a domain that didn't want us. The sunset behind the mountains, early plunging our campsite into a prolonged twilight we see, built a modest fire and shared stories of previous outdoor adventures. While my friends seemed perfectly at ease, I felt a constant prickling at the back of my neck, as if invisible eyes were upon me. Now and again, I was certain I heard a light scraping sound like branches against stone, or maybe something more deliberate, just beyond the trees, trying to dispel my unease. I crawled into my tent sometime around midnight, zipping myself into my sleeping bag. The outside world seemed to close in. Quickly, soft scuttling noises drifted in on the breeze, and the dense silence of the mountains weighed on my thoughts. I told myself it was just natural. Forest life, small animals moving under the cover of night, and that I should be thankful for the experience. I dozed off, eventually lulled by the muffled hush of the wilderness. A few hours later, I snapped awake. My heart was pounding so hard that my ribs felt bruised, disoriented, and covered in cold sweat. I held my breath, trying to understand what had startled me. The darkness inside my tent was thick, but I could detect a low crackling noise, the unmistakable sound of plastic being crumpled. It was faint yet close, as though someone or something was rifling through our supplies. The realization left me with a surge of dread. My breath came in shallow bursts, while a fine tremor spread through my limbs. After fumbling for my flashlight, I unzipped the tent door just enough to peer outside. The night air was piercingly cold, and my lungs seized at the sudden chill with a shaky hand. I pointed the flashlight beam around the camp. 2 tents flanked mine, forming that near semicircle. The middle one belonged to one of my friends who had already turned in before me. Its entrance flap was closed from the outside, but something about it felt off. A creeping chill prickled the back of my neck as I noticed that the tent appeared oddly flat, almost deflated despite being fully zipped up for a moment. I aimed my beam at the supply bags, expecting to find them toppled or rummaged through, but they were untouched. The dryness in my mouth intensified as I realized that nothing looked out of place. I tried to steady myself, telling my heart to slow down, but a dreadful sense of being watched made it impossible to calm down fully. I forced myself out of my tent, fully aware of how vulnerable I was in that moment. Gravel crunched softly under my boots as I took slow steps toward my friend's tent. The air felt charged, as though a storm were about to break. The beam of my flashlight wavered across the brightly colored nylon. I called my friend's name initially in a strained whisper. Then louder, when I got no reply, I repeated it again, my voice echoing awkwardly into the silent dark. No response, no stirring from inside the tension in my stomach. twisted tighter for a heartbeat. I considered walking over to my other friend's tent first, but an invisible push compelled me to reach the empty one. Immediately after swallowing the lump in my throat, I crouched down to undo the zipper. The quiet rasp of metal teeth gliding open seemed impossibly loud in the oppressive hush of the night. My flashlight revealed what I dreaded. The inside of the tent was empty. No one inside, no sleeping bag unrolled, no sign of recent occupancy, just some scattered gear and a half-eaten protein bar. As though whoever had been there left in a hurry, chills swarmed over my skin and my pulse hammered in my ears. My friend had mentioned earlier that he hadn't brought any climbing equipment or fishing gear, so the likelihood that he would wander off at this hour was minimal. Panic whet at me. Where would he go? We had specifically discussed not exploring the surroundings in darkness. I thought I heard a faint shuffle deeper in the woods. It was the kind of noise that stops you in your tracks and sets your hair on end. I felt a strong compulsion to investigate, but an equally potent fear urged me to stay close to camp, trying to keep my voice level. I called out again, scanning the dense undergrowth with my flashlight. Just as I strained to catch some sign of movement, there came the unmistakable sound of rapid footsteps on damp earth. The steps were quick and deliberate, and they retreated deeper into the forest with alarming speed. My stomach dropped. The footsteps were too heavy to be an animal like a fox or raccoon, but they didn't belong to any of my friends either. Not with that unearthly swiftness, hiding the urge to run. I walked toward the sound with my flashlight pointed ahead. The night beyond, our camp was nearly impenetrable, the trees forming a black wall only a few yards away. When I reached the edge of the clearing, I found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of intrusion. The ground was wet from previous rainfall, so I expected to see at least some indication of movement, but the earth was unmarked. My breath quickened, turning shallow and ragged. A sickening sense that I was being lured away crawled through my mind. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, as if invisible hands tugged at my ankles to keep me from straying further. For a long moment, I stood on the boundary between the campsite circle of light and the forest blackness. Scanning the darkness, I heard nothing more. My flashlight picked out only gnarled trunks and tangled foliage. The mountain breeze carried the scent of wet pine, giving me the unsettling impression of being inside some creature's dark lungs. Each breath measured and watchful, feeling unsteady, I forced myself back to our circle of tents. My head pounding with uncertainty. My friend was missing. Possibly I thought an intruder was lurking nearby, though I couldn't fathom the motive if it was a thief. Why not take the supplies? Why just slip in and vanish? Without a trace, when I returned to my tent, I half expected to find someone there rummaging through my things. My flashlight beam shook in my hand, and I could barely swallow, my mouth so dry that my tongue felt like sandpaper. I tried to calm myself, telling my trembling hands to relax, to no avail. At length, I decided to wake my other friend stumbling over. I unzipped his tent. He stirred awake immediately, startled by the brightness in his eyes. I described the situation in breathless, fragmented sentences. He listened and told me that he hadn't heard a thing. His expression revealed concern, but also a hint of doubt. Maybe our friend had just gone out to relieve himself or decided to take a short walk. Still, I couldn't ignore the gut-wrenching certainty that something was deeply wrong. We checked around the perimeter once more, finding nothing unusual. Ultimately, we decided there was little else we could do at that hour. I returned to my own tent and tried to rest, though sleep was nearly impossible. My heart that in my chest, and every rustle of foliage made my nerves jolt. Eventually, exhaustion went out, and I fell into a restless dream. Tortured doze when I next opened my eyes. The harsh light of early morning blinded me. It took a few seconds to remember where I was, and that terrible moment of realization washed over me like ice water. I quickly got up. My muscles, aching from the tension of the night outside the campsite, looked deceptively peaceful. The sun made the dew on the grass sparkle, and a mild breeze carried the scent of pines and rich earth. But my stomach lurched again when I saw my missing friend standing beside his tent, fiddling with a metal cup as if nothing had happened. My other companion was beside him pouring water from a thermos. I marched over, ignoring the gnawing ache in my limbs, and demanded an explanation. My friend seemed baffled, insisting he had been in his tent the entire night and that I must have been mistaken. He swore there was no reason for him to go out in the middle of the night. He was adamant, confused, but resolute that I must have had some vivid nightmare. I felt my blood run cold. I had seen his tent empty. I had heard something moving around. I had seen his gear abandoned, and he stood there looking as though he had slept soundly. My other friend, observing our exchange, frowned and tried to reason that stress or exhaustion might have caused me to imagine the whole thing still. I remembered the footsteps in the woods, the plastic crumpling sound, the unzipped and empty interior of that tent. My heart pounded with fresh urgency and my skin broke out in a cold sweat. There was no way I had hallucinated all of it. We spent the morning checking the surroundings more thoroughly. The de-laden ground didn't show any footprints. Apart from our own, the supply bags were undisturbed, and the interior of my friend's tent, which I was sure had been empty just hours before now, had his sleeping bag neatly laid out. Every sign pointed to him having been there all night like he claimed, yet I couldn't shake the prickling sense that some intangible presence was toying with us. Warping our perceptions of reality throughout the day, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, convinced I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shape that vanished whenever I turned my head. My friends grew irritated with my jumpiness and reminded me not to spoil the trip. They told me in more patient tones that I probably needed more rest, but the tension under my skin refused to subside. Even the crisp mountain air felt stifling, as though the atmosphere itself had thickened with menace. As evening approached again, a gray haze settled around the peaks, and the wind picked up, carrying a mournful howl that resonated. Through the valleys, it sounded eerily like someone calling out in distress. My heart knocked against my ribs each time the wind gusted. We ate a quick meal in near silence, my anxiety so high that I barely tasted the food. The entire day had been overshadowed by my lingering doubts and confusion, and the prospect of another night made my breath come quicker. Determined not to be caught off guard again, I decided I would keep watch for a while after we all retreated to our tents. As darkness fell, a suffocating sense of dread consumed me. I zipped myself inside my thin nylon shelter, but the barrier felt laughably inadequate against whatever lurked in those woods. Every rustle, every whisper of movement made my skin crawl. My flashlight was clenched in my fist, and I ran through every possible explanation for what I had experienced the previous night. Rational logic offered little comfort, and the creeping paranoia returned full force. At some point, I felt my eyelids grow heavy. My mind drifted between waking and dreaming images of the empty tent and phantom footsteps looping in my head. Then out of nowhere, a muffled thud pulled me back to full alertness. My pulse hammered so violently that I tasted iron in my mouth. Slowly, I unzipped my tent door just enough to peek outside. The night was starless, overcast sky swallowing the moonlight. I lifted my flashlight, scanning the campsite. My breath caught in my throat when I saw a tall figure at the edge of the clearing. It stood unnaturally still, as though carved from the darkness itself, before I could even react. The figure turned and drifted away into the trees. Too smooth, too silent, my skin erupted in goosebumps. Everything about it felt wrong, as if I had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist. I wanted to chase after it, confront it, or at least verify it was real. But my legs refused to obey. Every cell in my body screamed to stay put, to hide. Eventually, I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to control the trembling that had seized my muscles. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, half crouched in my tent's entrance. Flashlight pointed uselessly into the void. There were no more sounds, no crinkling plastic, no retreating footsteps. Just the punishing silence pressing on my ears until they rang. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find everything exactly as before. Tent flaps closed. Supplies intact, my friends sleeping or pretending to sleep peacefully. Yet my world was irreversibly changed. Each subsequent breath felt fragile, as though any small noise might shatter my composure. After my friends woke up, I recounted what I had witnessed, this time in an unsteady but urgent manner. They exchanged uneasy looks, uncertain whether to humor my explanation. One of them remarked I was pale and shaking, insisting I should get proper rest, or maybe we should cut the trip short. I agreed to leave that day. We dismantled our campsite under a brooding sky that threatened rain. My missing friend from the previous night remained adamant. He never left his tent, even repeating that he hadn't slept well but was definitely present. I didn't argue further. Something told me the truth was beyond a simple debate. I packed up my gear with trembling hands. The memory of that silent figure seared into my mind as we loaded our belongings into our vehicles. I felt a subtle sense of relief that we were departing those dark mountains. Yet the relief was tainted by a persistent disquiet that place had allowed us to leave, but it had taken something intangible from me. My certainty, my sense of reality. Even now, days later, I can still feel the cold night air against my face, still see the outline of that figure in my peripheral vision whenever I close my eyes. Sometimes late at night, my mind replays the rustling sound of plastic, the empty tent, and the vanished footsteps in the damp earth. I find myself wondering if I'm haunted by some trick of my imagination, or if that remote mountainside harbors forces beyond comprehension. All I know is that my friend insists he was there in his tent asleep and unknowing, while I recall an empty space where he should have been. The contradiction weighs heavily on me. I haven't been able to fully shake the feeling that something else was walking among us in the darkness, something that could shift perception like a twisted mirror. Perhaps it was just an echo of the land itself, or perhaps it was something far more disquieting, quietly observing us from the depths of that ancient forest. No matter how many nights I spend in the comfort of my own home, now I can't chase away the memory of that oppressive night. Whenever I drift off to sleep, I brace myself for the possibility that I might wake up again to the sound of plastic crumpling in the darkness, my heart pounding in my throat, the adrenaline roaring in my veins, only to step outside and find something vital missing, yet somehow still there. Even if I never set foot on that mountainside again, the fear remains a companion that lurks just beyond the flickering edges of my understanding it. Whispers that some experiences can't be explained, only endured, and that what lurked between our tents might follow me wherever I go. The night pressed down on me like a heavy blanket, making every breath feel thick with the promise of something I couldn't name. My tent was a small pocket of light in a vast expanse of darkness pitch at the bottom of a canyon whose towering rock walls trapped every faint echo of wind and distant rustling. In the daytime, I knew this place as a playground for adventure-sharp ridges, perfect for repelling majestic formations that soared against the sky at night. However, those same walls seemed to close in and loom over me like silent, watchful sentinels. The sense of exposure felt overwhelming, as if a single misstep could tip the balance and send the entire cliffside crashing down. Yet I forced myself to settle in to breathe, to embrace the solitude. It was supposed to be a getaway, a time to reconnect with the raw essence of nature and my own bravery. I was lying on my back inside the tent, eyes open, letting the darkness swallow my surroundings. My heartbeat was already elevated, a dull thump echoing in my ears. Not from exertion, but from a tension. I couldn't quite shake. The canyon floor was colder than I anticipated, and an unexpected dampness seeped through the tent space. Despite the dryness of the desert air, the day's exhaustion tugged at me and my eyelids felt heavy. But just as I began to slip into a fitful sleep, I caught a faint movement on the rock walls. Outside, a weak glow shimmered across the stone, dancing slowly as though controlled by an unseen hand. For a moment, I tried to dismiss it as starlight, or maybe the reflection of the moon, but no, this was deliberate. A beam of light sliding across the rugged cliff surface. My body tensed and my pulse quickened. I became intensely aware of every sound, or rather the lack of them. No footsteps, no quiet hum of a car engine or campsite chatter. Nothing to suggest another person had arrived at the canyon floor. Still, that glow continued its crawl, moving a couple of meters up the vertical wall, then pausing. Its pace was painfully slow, deliberate. I sensed my palms getting clammy and my throat felt parched as I tried to swallow. I recalled earlier that evening before the last threads of sunlight vanished. I had scanned the valley and noticed no other tents, no parked vehicles, no sign of fresh footprints. The fact that I now saw a mysterious beam of light flickering across the canyon face didn't line up with the total isolation. I had observed the contradiction noted at me, fueling a low vibrating dread in my stomach. There was no one here, I told myself. Or at least there wasn't supposed to be, determined to test if it was a person with a flashlight. I grabbed my own lantern and with a trembling hand unzipped the tent flap. The chill night air slapped me, intensifying the goosebumps that were already forming. I pointed my lantern at the rock wall, aiming roughly at the place I had last seen. The glow, I blinked rapidly, my eyes trying to adjust to the sudden brightness of my own beam. Slowly, I moved it in a friendly signaling manner, a clear attempt to communicate with whomever might be out there. My heart drummed in my ears and sweat pulled at my lower back. Despite the coolness of the night, I waited no flicker in response, no shift in their positioning, nothing but the silent hush of the canyon. Then, without warning, the original glow disappeared altogether. My breath caught in my chest. I stood there for what felt like several minutes, scanning the towering wall for any sign of the flickering. The darkness around me felt thicker than before, as though it had swallowed the faint glow and swallowed me too. A part of me wanted to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a camper who didn't see my signal or someone who switched off their flashlight, but an uneasy voice in my mind insisted that something didn't add up. Usually you hear people clambering around, especially on a rocky surface. Any movement on the canyon wall should produce the crunch of gravel or the slide of loose stones. I heard nothing. The absolute stillness weighed down on me so intensely that my own breathing sounded deafening. I ducked back into my tent, sealing the flap behind me. Inside, my little sanctuary felt less secure now. Every rustle of fabric made me jump, and I kept expecting to see the glow return, perhaps shining directly into the tent. My chest felt tight, and I noticed how shallow my breaths had become. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I sipped from my water bottle, but it did nothing to soothe the rising apprehension. The water felt tepid, sliding down my throat in an almost nauseating way. I tried to force myself to sleep, telling myself that if I rested, I'd feel more clear-headed in the morning. But every time my mind began to drift some subtle sound, a rock shifting outside, or maybe just my imagination jerked me back to full alertness. My back tingled as if unseen eyes were drilling into me from the darkness. When I did doze off for a few minutes, I woke up with my heart pounding. Uncertain whether I'd heard a whisper or dreamed it, it was like being trapped in a half-sleep state where the boundary between reality and imagination was impossibly blurred by the time early morning light washed across the Caney Ion. I felt more exhausted than when I'd gone to bed. The dawn revealed everything in a stark, cold clarity. The imposing walls, the jagged rock formations, and my lonely tent in the middle of it all. I stepped outside and stretched, painfully aware of how stiff my muscles felt. It was as though the tension had coiled into every fiber of my body, leaving me throbbing and unsteady. I remembered the stories I had heard from fellow climbers, tales of strange lights in remote places, illusions caused by atmospheric conditions, or even distant hikers that vanish. By meaning at times, these stories came off as local legends or cautionary fables. Now standing in the chilly morning sun, I was no longer sure if those accounts were just rumors. Later that day, I tried to focus on why I had come in the first place to rappel down some of the more challenging cliffs. I geared up and made my way toward a section I had scouted previously. The midday heat baked the rocks, and the canyon echoed with the calls of birds circling high above. For a while, the physical exertion of descending steep faces with a rope took my mind off the midnight paranoia. My breath turned ragged from adrenaline and effort, and my sweat stung my eyes. Rappelling always gave me a sense of exhilaration, a controlled exposure to danger that usually energized me this time, though I felt a persistent knot in my stomach, an unshakable sense that I was no longer alone out there. I caught myself glancing up at the cliff edges repeatedly, half expecting to see a flicker of light in broad daylight. Nothing appeared, but the sensation of being watched refused to leave. The silence of the canyon felt unnatural, as though every living creature had decided to keep its distance. Echoes of my own movements taunted me, making me wonder if footsteps echoed from behind, or if I was only hearing my own boots dislodging small stones several times. I paused, holding my breath to see if the shifting sounds would continue without me moving. In those moments, my pulse hammered so loudly in my ears that I couldn't hear anything else. By evening, I was both physically spent and mentally on edge. My plan had been to stay for a couple more nights to really immerse myself in the canyon's rugged beauty, but the memory of that dancing light and the dread that came with it made me hesitate. I debated packing up and leaving while there was still daylight, but a stubborn part of me refused to let fear dictate my actions. I set up a small campfire, its flicker, sending long shadows stretching across the ground. The light seemed to distort the shapes of the rocks, twisting them into bizarre silhouettes that swayed and bent with the dancing flames. As darkness fell again, my nerves wound tighter. I told myself I should eat that. A good meal might ground me, but my appetite was gone, replaced by a knotted feeling in my gut. The very act of chewing felt forced, so I gave up after a few bites. The wind picked up and the canyon began its eerie chorus of howling gusts and clattering pebbles. I stared at the fire, trying to blot out the primal fear stirring in my mind. Occasionally, I thought I spotted movement at the edge of the flickering firelight just outside the ring of illumination. My heart kicked into a higher gear each time, but I never found anything real upon closer inspection. Eventually, the fire burned down to embers and it was time to face the tent again. My breathing felt too loud, as though each exhale might attract attention. Sliding into my sleeping bag, I tried to rationalize every noise the wind sometimes creates. Illusions, I reminded myself, when it hits the canyon walls at certain angles, it can produce whistles and moans that sound almost human. Once or twice, I was convinced I heard a low hum like a deep chanting carried on the breeze. My heart pounded so hard I could feel the throb in my neck, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Some hours into the night, I jolted awake. I wasn't sure what had roused me. My eyes darted around the tense darkness until I registered a faint glow filtering through the fabric. My breath caught in my throat and I felt a surge of adrenaline spike through my limbs. For a moment, I thought perhaps dawn was breaking, but the angle was all wrong. This was not the soft, diffuse light of morning. It pulsed slightly, moving just beyond the thin layer of nylon. My entire body started shaking. I wanted to scream or call out, but the fear froze my tongue. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper. Straining to control my trembling, I reached for my lantern. My hands fumbled in the dark, brushing against the cold metal. I clicked it on, and the warm glow inside the tent gave me a small sense of security. Then, in a moment of sheer dread, I unzipped the flap just enough to peek out my eyes. Slowly adjusted, and I saw that the faint glow was no longer on the high canyon walls. It was on a nearby boulder. Not more than a few meters from my tent, it drifted across the stone surface at an impossible angle, as though it wasn't just a light, but a presence. I felt my heart hammering so violently that I worried I might pass out. There was a gnawing sense that I was witnessing something beyond my understanding. Sweat dripped down my temples, and I had to force myself to keep breathing so I wouldn't hyperventilate. Every instinct screamed at me to zip the tent shut, but I couldn't tear my eyes from the glow. It pulsed softly, shifting from one side of the boulder to the other. My mind struggled to label it an optical illusion, a trick of the moon, a reflection from some hidden metallic object. But the more I watched, the clearer it became that this glow was moving with intent. It paused occasionally as if studying me, then resumed its slow dance. My body was overtaken by chills, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I felt a tightness in my chest, the primal terror that comes from an encounter with something you can't explain and can barely comprehend. My thoughts spiraled. Was it a person with some advanced gear? Was it something that defied natural explanation? I recalled an older climber once describing a phenomenon in remote areas, lights that seemed to have a will of their own. He had said in a hushed, serious tone that if you ever encountered them, you should look away, because when you stare too long, they might just stare back. At the time, I had dismissed it as superstition. Yet now that warning felt all too real, resonating through my mind like a frantic alarm. A sudden gust of wind swept through the canyon, rattling the tent and stirring up a small swirl of dust outside. The light flickered erratically, then disappeared behind the boulder. My vision blurred for a second, and I wasn't sure if I had truly seen it vanish or if it had merely moved out of my line of sight. Darkness settled once more, an oppressive, claustrophobic blackness that felt alive. I slumped back, chest-heaving heart, battering my ribs for the rest of that night. I sat upright in my sleeping bag, my lantern flickering, weakly eyes darting around the tent as though the walls themselves might close in when dawn finally arrived. I was still shaking, every muscle in my body screaming with tension and fatigue. I crawled out of the tent and inspected the spot where I had last seen the glow. The boulder looked ordinary, just a slab of rock with a slightly weathered surface. There was no sign of footprints, no scuff marks from shoes or equipment. Running my hand over the stone, I felt a persistent trembling in my fingers as though some residual energy clung to the surface. My rational mind told me it was just my nerves, but a deeper part of me suspected otherwise. I forced myself to eat a quick breakfast and hastily packed up my gear. My eyes continuously scanning the ridges above the silence weighed on me, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I questioned my own sanity. Could I have imagined it all conjured by the isolation and the echoing hush of the canyon? But the memory of that dancing glow felt too tangible, its slow, deliberate movements etched into my mind like a scar. Despite wanting to cling to logic, I couldn't bear to stay another night. I strapped my pack on, feeling the sweat of anxiety sliding down my spine. My throat still burned from dryness. The climb out of the canyon tested my endurance, especially given how little rest I'd had. But each heave of my legs took me closer to open ground and away from whatever had haunted me in that valley. Once I reached my vehicle, I paused, looking back one last time at the colossal rock walls. The sunlight had turned them gold, making them appear grand and almost inviting. Yet I couldn't shake the conviction that something hid within those shadows, something that watched and waited. As I drove away, the sense of relief was immediate, but my pulse stayed elevated, and a cold sweat clung to my skin. For miles, even now, days later, my mind cycles through the same questions. Did I truly witness a phenomenon that defies easy explanation? Or did my own fears manifest into something that felt real each night, since my sleep has been fractured occasionally in that liminal space between wakefulness and slumber? I see a faint light dancing at the periphery of my vision. I bolt upright, heart racing, only to find myself alone in my dimly lit bedroom. That persistent dread won't let me go. As if some part of the canyon followed me back, whenever I close my eyes, I recall the silent glow creeping along the rock face. Independent of any mortal hand, the realization that I can't definitively explain it has left me with a nagging sense of vulnerability and an unsettling certainty that some mysteries are best left undiscovered even now. As I recount these details, my pulse quickens and my palms grow slick with sweat no matter how I try to rationalize it. The memory remains vivid, a drifting radiance in the dark, responding to nothing I did, answering no questions and offering no clues to its origin. It remains out there on those canyon walls, waiting for anyone who dares to camp in that lonely stretch of land. The experience has woven itself into my nightmares, a trembling reminder that true terror doesn't always section break, roar, or lunge. It can float silently just beyond the edge of your vision, waiting for a moment of weakness to reveal itself, and then slip away without leaving a single footprint behind. I woke drenched in a sense of foreboding, my heart thawing against my ribcage like a desperate animal trying to break free. The air around me felt charged, like a storm was about to rage, but there was no rain, no thunder, only the quiet immensity of a far-flung river miles from the nearest city, and the thin walls of my tent between me and whatever lurked in the darkness. This was supposed to be a simple fishing trip, a quick escape from the routine of daily life. Yet in those silent, suffocating pre-dawn hours, I could not shake the feeling that something watched from beyond the canvas. Waiting, I had left early the previous morning, eager to reach a secluded spot along the river that a coworker had mentioned. He said it was a fisher's paradise, untouched by weekend crowds and the usual noise pollution. The drive was longer than I expected, winding through lonely roads that seemed to stretch into endless swaths of forest. By the time I got there, the sun was perched high. The day was scorching, but the breeze across the water offered some. Leah, I cast my line, hoping for a few hours of serenity. However, fish were scarce that afternoon. I caught one small trout, barely enough to justify the excursion. The real prize was the stillness of the place. No hum of passing cars, no chatter from distant strangers, just the sound of the wind, whispering through the trees, the lazy ripple of water against the rocks, and the occasional bird. CA in the distance, it was a soundscape that both soothed and unsettled me. Because the isolation was so profound, I started imagining shapes in the corners of my vision. Once I glimpsed a figure across the river, tall and shadowy, but when I focused, it vanished. I told myself it was only the flicker of sunlight on the water and forced a calm exhale. I had intended to pack up and return home before sunset, but the hour slipped away too quickly. When I finally checked my watch, the sky was already streaked with hues of orange and red. I made the call to set up my small tent near some large boulders on a flat patch of earth. Not far from the riverbank, it seemed safer to stay the night rather than risk driving back on those twisting roads in darkness. As I hammered the last tent stock into the ground, an odd sensation nagged at me like I was being watched. The trees around the clearing were silent. No leaves rustled. No birds called. The sudden hush made my skin. Lou trying to brush off my unease, I built a small fire using broken branches and driftwood found along the bank. The air cooled drastically after sunset, and the crackling flames were a comfort against the encroaching blackness. The only sounds were the night insects chirping and the soft glugging of the river. Every so often I caught a rustle behind me, some small creature scurrying in the brush. I assumed I tried to blame my nervousness on the unfamiliar environment, convinced that I was just a city dweller out of his element. Eventually, I crawled into my sleeping bag. The flames outside dimed to glowing embers, and even the crickets seemed to hold their breath. I fell asleep to the lull of the river's current, letting the rhythmic flow numb my mind. Hours later, I awoke to the distinct crunch of twigs snapping underfoot. It was close, definitely less than 10 yards from my tent. My muscles tensed immediately in the darkness. Every sense felt amplified. My eyes flew open, heart rattling in my chest. I tried to control my breathing and stay as silent as possible. There is a certain cadence to a human footstep, something you distinguish from an animal scuttling. What I heard outside had that cadence, slow, deliberate step circled the perimeter of my campsite. The thought of calling out to warn away an intruder crossed my mind, but dread anchored my tongue. My pulse hammered in my ears and my stomach twisted with a sudden wave of nausea. I strained to listen. The steps paused near the entrance of the tent, then resumed again, moving in a wide loop around the area. After what felt like an agonizing eternity, the crunching receded into the distance, unable to settle back to sleep. I lay still for at least another hour, my mind teetering between logic and panic. Perhaps a lost hiker had stumbled onto my side, or a hunter was passing through, or it could have been someone simply curious about my presence. Yet something about the pacing, the heavy tread, made me question those possibilities. There was an intention in those steps that felt wrong, invasive. By the time the sky started to lighten, I was wide awake. My eyes gritty from lack of rest, the dawn brought with it a sense of fragile relief. I unzipped the tent, cautiously scanning my sewer surroundings for any sign of an intruder. The area looked exactly as I had left it the previous night, except for fresh footprints left in the damp, soft earth. They were wide boot prints, the tread suggesting heavy outdoor gear. These prints looped around my tent in a crazy pattern. No clear direction or purpose, just circles and figure eights. It was as if someone had been pacing aimlessly, or maybe trying to intimidate me. Every hair on my neck stood on end when I recognized IED that these footprints came dangerously close to where I had been sleeping. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a surge of cold sweat across my forehead. Kneeling down to inspect the prints, I noticed the depth. Whoever wore those boots was either very large or carrying something heavy. The ground was still moist from the previous day's drizzle, so the footprints were crisp and fresh. They had not been made earlier in the day. They were definitely from the night before. I thought about packing up immediately, but a stubborn part of me wanted to know who or what had been skulking around. Determined, I followed the footprints a short distance into the surrounding brush. They LED about 30 or 40 yards away, weaving between trees and shrubs until the vegetation grew denser. Then they simply vanished, as though the person wearing those boots had lifted off the ground. No broken branches, no second set of prints heading in another direction shown. I felt an icy knot in my stomach at the abrupt end of the trail. If a hunter had decided to check out my campsite, why abandon the pursuit in such a random spot? A creeping sense of unreality began to set in, as if this was some bizarre dream. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a local who didn't appreciate strangers on the land, or perhaps I was just so exhausted that I overlooked more footprints and got lost. Yet something inside me whispered that the explanation wasn't that simple. Despite my rising paranoia, I decided to stay another night. Part of me felt stubborn. I hadn't caught much fish, and I didn't want to let fear dictate my actions. Another part of me, though, was morbidly curious. I told myself I'd be prepared if the footsteps returned. I had a strong flashlight and a camping knife, and I could drive away at any moment if necessary. The rest of the day was tense. I couldn't relax. Even as I cast my line into the river, the sunlight reflecting off the water seemed too bright, almost painful to the eyes. My every breath felt labored, my chest tight with underlying panic. I thought I saw shapes moving in the trees beyond my peripheral vision, but whenever I turned my head, there was nothing but trunks and foliage. Once I heard what sounded like a whistle. Low and almost melodic, it echoed through the grove of trees. I froze, glancing around to see if someone was nearby, but the whistle never repeated, and no one emerged by late afternoon. The clouds gathered overhead, stealing away what little warmth the day had offered. The wind picked up, rustling the canopy of leaves in an eerie, whispering chorus. My eyes darted around the landscape, seeking any hint of movement. I felt that unshakable sensation of being observed, as if unseen eyes tracked my every move. The fleeting comfort I had found in the stillness of the day was gone, replaced by a kind of grinding anxiety as the light waned. I rebuilt the campfire with trembling hands. The snap of the kindling seemed deafening in the hush around me. My stomach churned, and each breath came too quickly when darkness finally descended. It felt heavier than the night before, as though the gloom itself had thickened every flicker of flame, cast dancing shadows on the rock and trees, warping them into grotesque shapes. I tried to calm myself by imagining rational explanations. Perhaps I was spooking myself with ghost stories in my own head. Perhaps those footprints belonged to a camper who'd spotted my tent and thought to have some fun at my expense. But the tension in my body refused to subside. My hands were slick with sweat, and I caught myself flinching at the smallest crackle of the fire. At some point, I drifted into a fitful doze hunched near the dying flames. Dreams plagued me, images of tall figures shrouded in darkness peering at me from behind the boulders. In one fleeting vision, I saw something humanoid but distorted, with elongated limbs and a face that hovered between man and shadow. Even when I snapped awake, I couldn't fully shake the impression that those shapes lingered just out of sight. It was close to midnight when I heard it again, the crunch of leaves and twigs. A deliberate footstep, my chest constricted, and I held my breath, pressing my back against one of the large rocks for cover. My flashlight was in my left hand, my camping knife in my right. My heart pounded so violently I feared whoever was out there would hear it. The steps moved closer, almost teasing in their slowness. I felt my throat go dry, and my mind screamed at me to confront it, to shine the beam of light in that direction, but I was too terrified. Then the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the sound itself. I forced myself to flick on the flashlight, sweeping it across the camp for an instant. The beam caught something, a shape that darted behind a tree. It was gone before I could register detail. Still, it was enough to send me into a surge of raw panic. My breath came in ragged gasps, and a cold wave of adrenaline shot through my veins, making me feel both hyper-alert and oddly dizzy. No voice called out. No greeting or explanation offered the presence. Whatever it was lingered on the periphery as though reveling in my mounting terror. I stayed rooted to that spot for a long time, unable to move. I tried telling myself that the figure was just a camper, or maybe even an optical illusion. Yet the primal fear in my gut insisted otherwise. This was something. Beyond a random passerby, the night seemed charged with an uncanny energy that made every hair on my body stand on end. Eventually, I decided I could not bear another hour of that dread. I shoved everything I could into my backpack, barely caring about organization, and dragged my tent down in half the time. It took to set up. My hand shook so badly that I fumbled with the poles the entire time. My nerves were on edge, certain that I would feel a hand on my shoulder or glimpse a silhouette creeping up behind me. The forest was too quiet, as if every living creature had fled, leaving me alone with this presence. When I finally threw my gear into the trunk of my car, I felt a rush of relief so strong I almost laughed. The idea of driving those winding roads in the dead of night suddenly felt less terrifying than spending another minute exposed in that clearing. I started the engine headlights, illuminating the trees ahead for a split second. I thought I saw the faint outline of a tall figure just beyond the reach of the beams. My vision blurred with panic, and when I blinked, the shape disappeared. I sped away, the darkness swallowing the campsite behind me. Even as I drove, I couldn't rid myself of the sensation that something pursued me. The shadows in my rearview mirror seemed to ripple and shift my fingers, clench the steering wheel, knuckles white as if letting go even slightly would allow the dread to overpower me. I stayed on high alert, convinced that a pair of wide-booted footprints might appear on the side of the road if I looked for them. When I finally reached a safe stretch of highway, a wave of exhausted relief washed over me, yet my mind still danced with visions of that impossible pattern of footprints and the shape that vanished behind the trees. I told myself I was lucky to have escaped before anything worse happened, but escaped felt like the wrong word, implying something truly dangerous was out there. It's been several days now, and I can't seem to shake the tension in my muscles or the unease that haunts my dreams when I confided the story to a friend. He suggested it was probably just some weirdo roaming the forest, or perhaps a trick of the mind, born from isolation and too little sleep. He tried to reassure me that there's nothing in those woods that could truly hurt me. I nodded along, but felt no comfort in my gut. I knew I had experienced something beyond a simple prowler. My body remembers the visceral terror the moment my breath caught, as I realized those footprints were humans, sized and yet utterly foreign. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I see the circling prints in the damp earth looping around my tent in nonsensical designs. I hear the rhythmic snap of branches in the darkness, sense that oppressive silence when the footsteps stopped. A chill crawls up my spine every time I recall how they disappeared. Without a trace, I find myself questioning whether I truly saw the outline of a figure behind that tree, or if it was just a manifestation of my own growing paranoia. But somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I'm certain something was there, something that watched and waited. Even though I managed to leave that campsite physically unharmed, part of me remains trapped in those woods. I can't shake the image of those footprints, aimless yet deliberate, as if laid out by a presence that thrives on fear. At night, I still jerk awake to the memory of that slow, low crunching sound, my heart racing, sure that any second I'll hear it again. Outside my window, I've started double-checking the locks on my doors, looking behind curtains and under my bed for footprints or muddy boot marks. It makes no logical sense yet. I can't help it. I've tried rationalizing everything, telling myself I succumb to an overactive imagination. Yet in quiet moments, I recall the atmosphere of that clearing, the stifled air, the hush in the trees, and that unrelenting feeling of being watched. I might pretend that the incident was a harmless encounter with a stranger, but I know better. Whatever circled my tent that night, it felt more like a force than a person, something that took pleasure in my terror. Though I may never fully explain what happened, the memory of those footprints remains etched in my mind, an enduring reminder that sometimes the darkness holds secrets we are not meant to understand, and that knowledge follows me wherever I go, wrapping around my thoughts like a shroud, leaving me forever uneasy. When night falls, from the moment I first stepped into that abandoned industrial building, I felt something was wrong. The air seemed to cling to my skin with an unwelcome humidity and an almost inaudible hum pulse at the edge of my hearing. It was as though the very ground beneath the structure shuddered with an irregular heartbeat, a distant vibration that refused to settle. I had been sent there on a routine structural inspection, but within minutes, I knew this job would be anything but routine. Even the sunlight filtering through the cracked windows felt dimmer than it had any right to be, as if the building itself was devouring the light. Before it could reach my eyes, my breath felt caught in my chest and my heart began to pound. No matter how many times I reminded myself I was just there to check beams and pipes, I couldn't silence the unsettling sensation that I was trespassing in a place never meant to be disturbed. I had taken this assignment because I was the only one with enough open time in my schedule to travel all the way to that remote corner of the countryside. The client had purchased the property on a whim, believing it could be renovated into a usable warehouse. My task was to investigate the condition of the sublevels where old piping and support columns ran. The second I walked toward the reinforced steel door that led underground, I noticed a faint trembling in the ladder, as though something was shaking the entire frame of the building. I paused at the top of those metal rungs, trying to figure out if it was just my nerves. Then I placed my hand against the door's surface, and I felt it a low buzz that reverberated up my arm. It stopped as suddenly as it started leaving me with a cold sweat on my brow, and the distinct impression that the structure itself was alive. Despite my unease, I made my way down into the subterranean level. My flashlight revealed corroded pipes and rusted walkways overhead, thick cobwebs tangled in the steel beams, and the air had the stale taste of old machinery. I kept telling myself it was just another inspection, that strange noises and minor tremors aren't unusual in neglected industrial buildings. Yet each time the vibration returned, it seemed to come in irregular bursts of about 5 seconds. I found my pulse racing uncontrollably. I couldn't identify the source. There was no visible machinery running, no humming generator in the corner, no ventilation system, just the sporadic quiver of metal under my feet, accompanied by a muted thrum that felt more organic than mechanical. By the end of my first day there, I had run through every plausible explanation. I told myself it might be distant truck traffic, maybe heavy farm equipment out in the fields, but deep down I knew that made no sense. The property was surrounded by overgrown farmland abandoned years ago, and there was nothing but a narrow, empty road leading to the main highway several miles away that night. I could barely sleep. My mind kept wandering back to that pulsing tremor, the way it made the beams resonate as if the structure was breathing. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw saw-twisted metal corridors shifting under an unseen force, waiting to swallow me whole. When I returned on my second day, I arrived early, determined to get a thorough reading on the building's structural integrity. The sky was gray, the morning fog clinging to the weeds around the main entrance as I entered. I noticed the silence was heavier than before, almost suffocating. My boots scraped against the concrete floors, and every step felt amplified, echoing into the gloom beyond my flashlight's reach. I spent hours carefully checking the beams, measuring the thickness of corroded sections, noting down stress fractures. Occasionally I could hear wind whistling through the broken windows above, but beneath that was the same ominous hum that would come and go in irregular intervals. I grew jumpy. My hands began to tremble. Each time the metal groaned in response to that unknown vibration, sweat trickled down my temples, and the back of my neck tingled with the unmistakable feeling of being observed. That afternoon, I decided to explore the SWEB in more depth, hoping to find old motors or hidden power lines that could explain everything I discovered. Narrow corridors branching off from the main pipe chamber, they were lined with decaying insulation and half-buried conduits. My flashlight flickered over peeling paint and decades old. Grime and I felt my stomach tighten with each step. The corridors seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning, leading to locked doors and small storage rooms that had been gutted of anything valuable. It was in one such corridor as I was examining an ancient access panel that the vibration started again. This time it felt stronger, like a sudden quake that rattled my teeth. My heart thudded against my ribs and my breath caught in my throat. The metal under my feet trembled and I dropped my flashlight for 5 terrifying seconds. The corridor appeared to ripple as if the walls were shuddering in protest against an unseen presence. When it stopped, I fumbled to retrieve my flashlight, my palm sweating so much that I nearly lost my grip on it. There was no logical explanation, yet I sensed something massive shifting deep below the foundation, an impossibility that gnawed at my mind. I recalled conversations with the property owner during which they had mentioned the building's age, the unknown expansions done by previous owners, and all the local folklore that surrounded it. I remembered them implying that the workers who once labored there left for reasons. Beyond economic downturn, they had murmured about strange occurrences and an oppressive atmosphere. At the time, I dismissed those remarks as superstitious small talk, but standing there in that flickering light, every word came back to me with a new weight. Over the next few days, my attempts to pinpoint the source of the vibrations led nowhere. I used every device I had, listening equipment, ground-penetrating sensors, moisture detectors, and still I came up blank. Each evening, I would return to my hotel with my nerves shot, my body shaking from adrenaline and anxiety. I tried to convey what I experienced in my progress reports. I used professional terminology referencing unidentified structural resonance and unexplained ground disturbances, but the reports failed to capture the dread that clung to me when I was down in those corridors, the sense that with every quake, some colossal entity beneath the ground was stirring to life. My colleagues reading my messages from a distance seemed skeptical. They suggested that perhaps the building was on an old fault line, or that local geological shifts could be to blame some recommended electromagnetic interference tests. Others simply advised me to remain calm and keep searching. Their tone was sympathetic but uncomprehending. One of my superiors mentioned through an email that if I couldn't find a concrete reason for the tremors, the client might abandon the project altogether. I recall feeling equal parts relief and disappointment at that possibility. Relief because I wandered out of that building, and disappointment because I feared I would leave without understanding what lurked beneath on my final day of inspection. I arrived with a feeling of intense apprehension. The interior was darker than usual as the sun was obscured by thick clouds. The air was cool, yet it felt stifling. My first destination was the largest open chamber in the sublevel where I'd previously seen the thickest pipes. As I descended the ladder, I heard the hum again and my pulse quickened. This time it didn't come as a short jolt. It started low and droned for several seconds, building in intensity until the metal beams overhead began to shiver audibly. My stomach knotted and I realized I was holding my breath. The noise then tapered off, leaving a suffocating silence in its wake. That was when I noticed something in the far corner of the chamber, a section of the wall that appeared to be vibrating on its own like a faint ripple, dancing across its surface. My flashlight illuminated a patch of brick and concrete that didn't match the rest of the wall's pattern. The mortar lines were uneven, and some bricks looked like they had been hastily shoved into place, despite every fiber of my being screaming at me to stay away. I found myself drifting toward Ed. Compelled by a need to understand, I ran my hand over the bricks. They were oddly warm, sweat beaded on my forehead, and my breath came out shallow. I pressed my ear to the wall, and I detected a deep rhythmic pulsing from behind it. My heart pounded so hard that for a moment I couldn't separate my own body's throb from the strange beat inside that wall. My mind raced with questions. Was there some kind of hidden machinery, an underground spring, a bizarre resonance phenomenon determined to see more? I retrieved a small hammer from my tool bag. I tapped the bricks lightly, and an echo bounced back hollow and distorted with trembling fingers. I worked on one of the loose bricks, prying it until it clattered to the ground. Darkness waited behind the opening. Too narrow to see much, I fished my flashlight inside. straining to glimpse whatever lay. Beyond the beam revealed a pocket of empty space and something that glistened. Softly as the light passed over it, it looked like metal, but it had an organic sheen, an almost wet surface that pulsed faintly in sync with the vibrations I'd been feeling. My skin crawled. I felt dizzy as though reality itself had warped. I backed away, heart racing, hammer slipping from my hand. My throat tightened with panic. My legs threatened to give out, but I forced myself to remain upright. The pulsing grew louder, more rapid, as if whatever was on the other side of that wall had sensed my intrusion. The entire chamber began to tremble, dust and grit sifting down from the ceiling. My flashlight flickered, threatening to plunge me into total darkness. A wave of nausea rolled through me. Somehow I knew I was standing at the threshold of something I should never have uncovered in a rush of self-preservation. I turned and scrambled for the exit ladder, ignoring the small scrapes of metal tools dropping from my belt. Every step felt like an eternity as the chamber shook the beams, groaning with an otherworldly resonance. By the time I emerged into the ground-level factory space, I was gasping for air, my lungs burning. The vibration cut off the moment I cleared the sub-level entrance, as if an invisible boundary had been crossed. I stood there dripping sweat. My heart pounding in my ears, I drove away from that sight with my teeth clenched. Ed and my hands shaking on the steering wheel. My immediate recommendation to the client was to abandon the project for the sake of safety. There was no rational explanation for the structural anomalies I had observed, and I felt an overwhelming certainty that no standard renovation could rectify what lay beneath. They ended up taking my advice, and the property was left alone even after I submitted my final report. The visions kept haunting me, the image of that faintly pulsing surface behind the wall, the sensation of the entire building alive under my feet. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, in a cold sweat, convinced I could still hear that unnerving thrum sometimes. When I'm half asleep, I swear I can feel my bed shaking for just a moment, and I'm taken right back to that underground chamber. My heart races, and for a split second, I'm certain I haven't truly escaped whatever I disturbed weeks past, and I tried to bury the memory in my mind, chalking it up to stress or some bizarre phenomenon that I misunderstood. But late one evening, as I was heading home from another inspection job, my car rattled with a strange vibration that lasted just long enough for me to recall the exact feeling of metal trembling. Underfoot, my chest tightened and beads of sweat dotted my brow. The trembling ended abruptly, leaving no trace, but the dread it summoned remained. In that moment, I realized I might never fully rid myself of the impression that something ancient, hidden, and impossibly vast lurked underneath that deserted building's foundation. I have no plans to return and no further reason to explain myself to anyone who might doubt my story. Yet the experience lingers in my thoughts, creeping in during silent moments when I least expect it. The memory of that low-pulsing hum resonates in my skull, and I can't help but wonder if it still calls out underground, around waiting for someone else to come close enough to sense its impossible heartbeat. Sometimes I question whether there was something real behind that wall at all, or if my mind was unraveling from the stress of long days in the dark. But deep down, I know what I felt: an ancient mechanism or presence slowly awakening. And no matter how far I run from that building, I can still feel its pull, as if part of me is forever trapped in that trembling darkness below. I remember how the darkness settled in that first evening, so thick it felt almost tangible. The path leading to the cabin was nothing but a muddy track slithering through tall, looming pines. There was no glow from a neighboring porch, no headlights from passing cars, not even a flicker of a distant window. It was an emptiness so vast that even the sound of my own steps seemed ominous. From the moment I arrived, a faint dread crept into my thoughts, as if the absence of noise concealed something that should have been there. Yet I told myself it was simply the unease of solitude, or maybe the tension that comes with being cut off from the world. No cell service, no internet, no comforting hum of civilization, just my breath echoing against the silent trees. Still, I was determined to make this cabin my refuge. For the next few weeks, I had come to this ecological reserve for peace, I needed a place to work on a personal project, something deeply important to me. The caretaker, an older man with serious eyes, had warned me that there was no phone reception and that the area was known for its isolation. He had mentioned in a neutral tone that I should stay attentive to the weather because the cabin's roof was old and could be slippery in the rain. I brushed off his remarks as polite caution, but I felt a flicker of unease when he added in a quieter voice that some visitors didn't last long in that secluded spot. People tended to leave sooner than expected, often citing the intensity of the stillness or the incessant rustling of the pine branches. He didn't say more, and I didn't ask. I simply nodded, paid for the key, and hauled my luggage inside. When I stepped into the cabin, I found a small living area with a sofa, a wooden table, and a creaking bookshelf lined with old dusty novels. The walls were plain timber, and every sound I made reverberated through the space. I could hear the floor planks complaining whenever I shifted my weight. The single bedroom was cramped but clean enough, with a bed that smelled faintly of mothballs. The caretaker had left me a short note with basic instructions about the fireplace, the water supply, and the generator that provided intermittent electricity. According to him, the power might flicker during storms. Despite its simplicity, I told myself it was enough for my needs. I even felt a small spark of excitement at the idea of total isolation. Imagining how the quiet would fuel my writing the first few days were uneventful, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I sat at the table to type. I caught myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting a figure to appear at the door at night. I often woke to unfamiliar sounds, a distant snapping of branches, the low groan of timber expanding and contracting. I reminded myself that houses in the woods make noises. That's what they do, especially old ones. Exposed to the wind and cold, my chest would tighten for a few moments, but eventually I drifted back to sleep, telling myself I was simply overreacting by the end of the first week. Rain clouds moved in, shrouding the forest in a perpetual gray gloom. An unrelenting drizzle coated everything, including the cabin's roof. The caretaker's warning about slippery tiles came to mind. I glanced outside occasionally to confirm no one was around, but the rain created a veil that made it impossible to see beyond a few feet. I tried to focus on my writing, determined to push aside the eerie calm that had settled inside my bones. The absence of sunlight, the hush of the pines, the monotonous drip of water from the eaves, all of it felt increasingly oppressive. My breathing grew shallow, as if I couldn't quite catch a full lungful of air. Late one evening, well past midnight, I was still awake reading a worn novel I had found on the bookshelf. The only light in the room came from a single bulb that flickered whenever the wind surged. My heart was already on edge from the unstable illumination. Each brief moment of darkness sending a tremor through my hands. I told myself to calm down, to concentrate on the text in front of me. That was when I heard the first series of footsteps on the roof. Soft, deliberate, like someone treading carefully to avoid slipping. My heart pounded so hard it felt as though my ribs would crack instinctively. I froze, listening to each measured step. There was a distinct pattern, as if whoever or whatever it was had a slow, cautious gait. At first I wondered if I might be imagining it. The rain often played tricks, especially on roofs with old tiles, but this was too precise to be mere rain. I turned off the light and stood in the dark, the book still in my hands, as if that fragile paperback could offer any protection. For several seconds, the footsteps continued in a rhythmic pattern, then ceased abruptly. The silence that followed felt suffocating. My ears almost straining to catch any return of that movement, I flicked on my flashlight, grabbed the cabin's old umbrella, and stepped onto the porch. A shiver coursed through me, not just from the cold drizzle, but from the dread. Swirling in my stomach, I swept my flashlight across the roof and around the perimeter. Nothing was out of place. No ladder, no footprints in the mud, nothing that hinted at an intruder. The rain fell steady, a relentless curtain of water. My flashlight beam revealed only the dark outlines of the trees. The wind hissed through the pines, seeming to whisper in a language I couldn't comprehend. I stayed out there for a while, scanning every possible angle, feeling the raindrops seep into my jacket. Finally convinced I would find nothing, I returned inside, bolted the door, and dragged a small cabinet in front of it for additional security. My thoughts were frantic, bouncing between logic. Maybe it was just the creaking roof and a raw animal fear that said something was on top of the cabin, toying with me within minutes of settling onto the sofa. I heard it again. This time the steps were slower, heavier, as though someone was searching for something. My pulse thundered in my ears, and my breath came in ragged surges that left me lightheaded. Every muscle in my body tensed, and I realized I was gripping the arm of the sofa so tightly my knuckles ached. My skin felt clammy, the trickle of sweat on the back of my neck contrasting with the cold, damp air. I wanted to rush back outside and confront whatever was up there, but a paralyzing fear rooted me to my seat. There was a sense that if I opened that door again, I might invite something into the cabin that I wouldn't be able to control or understand. Sleep was impossible. I just sat there in the darkness, flinching whenever a branch cracked or the wind rattled the window. Occasionally, I thought I sensed movement in the corners of my vision, shadows darting along the walls, but whenever I turned my head, nothing was there. My rational mind argued it was simply the flicker of the flashlight or the uncertain glow from the storm-lashed moon, but the pounding of my heart refused to believe those reassurances, and I found myself whispering reassurances to no one in particular, reminding myself to hold on until morning when dawn arrived. Its pale light brought little comfort. I forced myself outside, determined to check the roof in full daylight. My stomach churned with nausea, and I felt unsteady on my feet. As if I had been awake for days, climbing up on an old wooden stool, I carefully ran my hand along the edge of the roof, expecting to feel cracked tiles or find some tangible sign of disturbance. Nothing, no loose panels, no footprints, no broken branches above it. Was as if the footsteps had never happened yet. I knew what I heard, and the memory of that slow, deliberate pacing made my skin crawl. I decided then that my stay in the cabin needed to end. My nerves were shot, and my sense of reality was wavering. I gathered my notes, stuffed them into my duffel bag, and tidied up the cabin, anxious to depart before nightfall returned while packing. I occasionally thought I heard faint echoes in the hallway, but they vanished the moment I stepped in to investigate. At one point, I was sure I felt the floor quiver under my feet as if someone was stepping just behind me, but the cabin was empty. My heart hammered, and I felt a surge of dizziness. Like the walls were closing in, sweat clung to my forehead, and I had to close my eyes to steady myself. I recalled something the caretaker had once mentioned about people leaving early because they couldn't handle the stillness. However, my experience was not mere stillness. It was an active, oppressive force. Before locking up, I stood in the living area for a long moment, gazing at the dusty bookshelf and the table where I had been working. The shutters were open, allowing in a dull gray light that flickered across the floorboards. I realized I was holding my breath. A persistent thought nagged at the back of my mind. Perhaps the footsteps on the roof were only the beginning of something more insidious, something that thrived on seclusion and fear. The caretaker's cryptic tone echoed in my ears. He had never specified what exactly made people leave the cabin ahead of schedule. He had only hinted that the quiet here was unlike any other. As I finally stepped onto the porch, I scanned the tree line one last time. The drizzle had lessened and the forest looked ghostly. The damp trunks glistening in the pale light. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, like I was being watched from the treetops. My stomach chet again, then came a subtle sound, an almost imperceptible shift, like the weight of a body rebalancing on wet timber. I looked at the roof's edge, but saw nothing yet. My heart raced and my breath caught in my throat. A part of me considered climbing up there again, if only to prove that I wasn't losing my mind, but my hands trembled so violently that I couldn't gather the courage. The sense of an unseen observer was overpowering, an indescribable awareness pressing down on me from above. I hurried to my car, each footstep in the mud feeling heavier than the last. The moment I turned the key in the ignition, I felt a wave of relief, albeit tinged with lingering dread. My reflection in the rearview mirror startled me. My eyes were bloodshot and ringed with dark circles. My skin was unnervingly pale. My lips were dry and cracked from the tension of the night. Before I took a deep breath, fighting the tremor in my chest, then steered the car back down the winding path every so often. Often I glanced at the rearview mirror. Through the drizzle, the outline of the cabin disappeared among the trees like a memory dissolving into the landscape as I drove. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had settled onto the roof again. Watching me leave the forest on either side of the road felt unnaturally silent, save for the faint dripping of rain on leaves. It felt like I was escaping from a place where the boundaries between what's real and what lurks in the recesses of the mind had begun to blur. The caretaker's words replayed over and over in my head, though I had no proof that he knew anything more than he let on. But somehow it felt like he had expected my early departure. He had seen it happen before, visitors unnerved by something intangible, something that defied explanation. Even now, safe at home, I often wake in the middle of the night, convinced I hear footsteps overhead. My heart drums frantically against my ribcage, and for an instant I'm back in that cabin alone, listening to deliberate steps across old rain-slicked tiles. Sometimes I get up to check my own roof, running my flashlight beam along the shingles from the upstairs window. Even though I know there's no one there, I cling to the logic that my urban roof is impossible to access from the outside without a ladder, yet the adrenaline. Spike the sweaty palms and the dryness in my throat persist. I have tried explaining the incident to friends. Without resorting to vivid detail, most respond with polite sympathy or mild skepticism, as if I might be describing a vivid nightmare. I occasionally mention that I believe I heard something real out there, an intruder, an animal, a presence, but I never stay on the topic for long. The memory of those soft, careful footsteps sends a jolt through my nerves every time I recall them. It's as if a piece of that cabin followed me home, tainting the safety of my own bed and roof. Whenever rain patters against my windows, I tense up, listening for that measured tread, waiting for it to begin. Again, despite all the logical explanations, a raccoon, a loose branch, the shifting of ancient timbers, none truly satisfy me. There was a deliberate quality in each footstep, the unhurried pace, the weight behind every movement, the sudden stops that suggested an alert and sentient presence in the dim glow of memory. I can still sense its malicious curiosity, an intent that cannot be brushed off as random woodland phenomena. Something watched me from atop that cabin, and while I managed to leave, I cannot forget the way my gut twisted with every thump on those old tiles. I still see that caretaker's eyes in my mind. They had looked solemn, almost pitying, as he handed me the key. He must have heard the stories of strange encounters more than once, but maybe he learned that some things are better left unspoken. Perhaps that's why he gave me only the vaguest cautions, trusting that the place itself would deliver the true warning, and it did. Though I escaped with my sanity intact, but Frey, I remain haunted by the intangible silhouette that paced above me in the night. I can still feel its shadow pressing down an inexplicable weight that no locked door could keep out to this day. The recollection leaves me uneasy, a pit in my stomach that refuses to vanish. My dreams are stained with the vision of wet tiles and creeping footsteps urging me to remember what I heard in that isolated cabin. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back just to confront the source, perhaps standing in that space again. Shining a light upon the roof would offer clarity, but I cannot bring myself to make the trip. The sense of something unanswered looms over me, a whisper in the back of my mind that says some doors once shut ought to remain sealed, and every time it rains, I cannot escape the dreadful suspicion that what haunted me there might one day find its way into my life again. Stealthily treading above my ceiling, a reminder that not all silence is empty. Sometimes silence is alive and it waits. A faint chill clung to the hallway as if the old walls were exhaling decades of hidden secrets. The fluorescent lights above me sputtered and flickered, casting erratic shadows that seemed to lunge forward and then recoil from the very first moment I stepped onto the worn carpet. I felt the weight of that place pressing in on me, subtle yet insistent, like a whisper against my ear that I couldn't quite decipher. I was there for a professional congress, a week of lectures, panels, a networking in a city rich with history. Since most of the modern accommodations were booked, I had to settle for a room in a historic hotel downtown. The photos online had shown grandiose hallways, elegant chandeliers, and a charming vintage atmosphere. Yet upon my late arrival, the reality felt far less welcoming. There was a musty smell I couldn't ignore, and the staff at reception seemed on edge. Their eyes darting nervously as they handed me my key. They mentioned that the building had been renovated multiple times over the years. The renovations, however, must have been uneven because as I rode the outdated elevator to the 4th floor, the overhead lights dimmed and stuttered, sending my own reflection in the mirrored walls quivering and distorting the corridor outside. My room felt like it was from a different era. The carpet, once a rich burgundy, had faded into something closer to a dull, muddy maroon. The wallpaper, an ornate floral pattern, had yellowed and peaked in the corners, revealing patches of old plaster behind it. Everything smelled faintly of stale air and ancient wood polish, and each step I took made a muffled creak beneath me. At that hour, no one else seemed to be around, but I sensed the presence of something intangible, like the memory of countless footsteps. Crossing that same corridor over the decades, my room itself was quiet enough, albeit small and worn out. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, even if the wooden frame squeaked when I shifted my weight. A single heavily draped window overlooked the historic center below. The city lights outside were dim, leaving the narrow streets blanketed in darkness. Despite the building's old-fashioned ambiance, I tried to reassure myself it was just a place to sleep. For a few days that first night, I slept more soundly than I expected. Exhaustion from the travel and the day's events had knocked me out almost immediately. However, the second night proved different in the earlies. Hours of the morning, I woke up. Suddenly, with an unquenchable thirst, my mouth was bone dry and even swallowing felt uncomfortable. I recalled spotting a vending machine in the corridor earlier, so I decided to venture outside for water. The hallway was dim, only 1 out of every 3 lights seemed to be functional. At that hour, an oppressive silence hung in the air, broken only by the slow hum of the overhead fixtures. I stepped into the corridor and hesitated at the far end. Barely illuminated by a flickering bulb stood someone wearing a dark overcoat. He was facing one of the doors, his head slightly tilted as though listening for something. The silhouette looked almost statuesque. Unmoving, my heart gave a sudden jolt, and for a moment my breath caught in my throat. It was strange to see another guest lingering there so late. I tried to rationalize that he might be returning to his room or searching for his key, but the longer he stood motionless, the more unsettled I became. I cleared my throat and took a step forward softly. Calling out, the figure responded by slowly turning its head, but the corridor lighting was so poor that I couldn't clearly see any features, only a vague blur where a face should have been. My pulse pounded in my ears, the pressure in my chest building with every second. He then turned, more fully, and began to walk toward the far corner. There was an odd stiffness to his movements, almost like a puppet on strings. Each step rigid and overly deliberate. I felt compelled to follow, partly out of curiosity and partly from a strange sense of responsibility. It was as though I needed to confirm that he was truly there. To prove to myself I hadn't just imagined the presence. My footsteps grew heavier as I approached that same corner, and my nerves prickled at the back of my neck. My breathing quickened, and I realized my hands were trembling, a slick film of sweat forming on my palms. When I reached the turn, I found only a blank wall, no staircase, no door nowhere he could have gone. My heart thudded against my ribs as I searched for any hidden passage or trick of the light, but the wall was solid and uninterrupted. The wallpaper faded, but intact. I tried to steady myself, inhaling slowly. Perhaps it was a trick of exhaustion. Maybe I had seen a shadow or the shape of some furniture, or even my eyes had played a trick on me. After all, it was late and my body was still craving rest. Convincing myself that my mind had conjured the figure, I hurried to the vending machine, grabbed a water bottle, and returned to my room, though I felt a gnawing unease with every step I took. Once inside, I locked the door, turned on every lamp, and sat at the edge of my bedbed sipping water. My muscles were tense, and it took ages for me to calm my racing thoughts enough to drift back to sleep the next morning. I mentioned the previous night's occurrence to a colleague from the Congress. Though I didn't give many details, I only said there was something strange about that hallway. He seemed dismissive but offered a few words of encouragement, implying old buildings often stir the imagination. I tried to leave it at that, hoping I'd be able to forget my dis and enjoy the rest of my stay without further an incident. Yet the following evening, the hotel's atmosphere felt heavier. The staff at the reception counter glanced up at me with apprehension, as though worried I might complain about something, but I kept my lips pressed shut. After a full day of lectures, I was exhausted again, hoping for some restorative sleep, but the moment I stepped off the elevator, I heard a faint tapping sound in the corridor. It seemed random, quiet taps, separated by uneven intervals like someone gently knocking on a wall unnerved. I walked slowly toward my room, straining my ears to figure out where the sound was coming from. The corridor's lighting was still dim, and the patches of darkness felt deeper than before. My heart rate accelerated when I noticed a subtle movement at the edge of my field of vision. I turned swiftly, only to find an empty corridor behind me. The air felt suffocating, like it was charged with an invisible energy. By the time I reached my door, the tapping had grown faster and more urgent. I fumbled with the key. My breath catching the sound now seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The moment I stepped inside my room, the tapping ceased, abruptly replaced by a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I locked the door and leaned against it, forcing myself to take slow, measured breaths. My skin prickled with a feeling of being watched, and even though no one was there, I couldn't shake the sense that something had followed me throughout the night. I kept waking up each time I felt certain I heard a faint rustling outside the door, like fabric brushing against the walls. My heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it would burst. My mouth went dry again, and beads of cold sweat formed on my forehead. When I finally dozed off, my sleep was restless and punctuated by half-formed nightmares. In those dreams, I was wandering endless corridors that looped back on themselves with corners that revealed only more corners. The next day, I confided in the hotel's front desk clerk, speaking quietly so as not to attract too much attention. I mentioned strange occurrences and asked if there were any known issues with the hallway or if someone else had experienced odd sightings. The clerk's eyes flicked to the manager before offering a polite but vague response. The manager standing just behind him gave me an uneasy smile, saying something about the building's age and how old pipes can cause unusual noises. They seemed keen to avoid any deeper discussion. Their collective discomfort only fueled my paranoia. That same day after the Congress sessions, I returned to my room earlier than usual, determined to prove to myself there was nothing truly supernatural at play. I spent a few minutes examining the corridor in daylight, though the windows at each end LED in minimal sunlight. The long hallway stretched out in two directions, with the main elevator on one side and a locked metal door labeled maintenance on the other. The corner where I had seen the stranger was an unremarkable turn leading to a dead end with just a small fire extinguisher on the wall. No door, no stairs yet. As I stood there, I felt a faint draft of cool air pass by, as though something intangible had brushed against me. My entire body tensed, and a chill ran up my spine. I retreated to my room, telling myself I was letting my imagination get the better of me that night. However, would not allow me such easy comforts. I settled into bed early, leaving a small table lamp on the soft glow painted warped shadows on the walls, but it gave me a thread of reassurance. My heart pounded in my chest, every beat, reminding me that I was still on edge. Hours passed without incident, and I began to drift into a light sleep, my eyelids heavy, my body finally succumbing to exhaustion. Then, close to midnight, I was ripped from slumber by a sharp rattle at my door. My entire body froze, and my heart hammered against my ribs so violently it felt painful. The knob jiggled again, and I imagined someone, maybe that figure from the hallway, trying to get in. My first instinct was to call out, but my throat was too dry. My breath caught in my lungs. I crept closer to the door, pressing my ear against it. There was a soft shuffle on the other side, then sighed. Moments later, the jiggling returned with more force. I staggered back, adrenaline surging through me, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. The door groaned and I felt the weight of someone or something pressing against it as if testing its resistance. My mind raced. Was it an intruder, or worse, was it that faceless figure when it finally stopped? The doorknob turned slowly back into place. My knees felt weak and I had to steady myself against the dresser. I reached for my phone and hovered over the thought of calling the front desk, but a part of me was terrified of the hotel staff's response, terrified they might dismiss me again or that they might suspect I was losing my mind. For several long minutes I listened. The corridor outside was silent. I mustered the courage to peer through the peephole. The hallway was too dim to see anything but vague shapes and shadows. No one appeared to be there. My stomach churned with dread, and I found myself questioning my own perception. Exhaustion and fear can play cruel tricks. I barely slept the rest of the night. Every minute seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Every small creak of the old building magnified into a potential threat. My mind conjured images of that blurred face, those rigid movements, the corners that led nowhere. I felt trapped in a slow building nightmare, one that I couldn't simply wake up from because I was already awake. Awake in the morning, my nerves were frayed. I attended the last day of the Congress in a fog, unable to focus on the speakers or discussions. I drank coffee after coffee, trying to save off the fatigue and keep my mind sharp. But every shadow, every reflection in a window, every fleeting movement at the edge of my vision jangled my nerves. People commented that I looked pale, that I seemed distracted. I muttered half-hearted explanations about stress or of sleep. Too embarrassed to share my bizarre experiences, by the time I returned to the hotel that evening, I had resolved to check out early. I didn't care about any financial penalties. My only goal was to get away from that oppressive atmosphere. My chest tightened as I walked through the lobby. The staff gave me polite nods, perhaps suspecting nothing, or perhaps they knew more than they let on. I went upstairs to pack, determined to leave as soon as possible. But as I reached the 4th floor, my heart sank. The corridor lights flickered violently, plunging the hallway into a strobe-like effect. The corners and doors seemed to warp in the pulsing light as though the entire space were breathing. Then at the far end, I glimpsed the same figure in the dark overcoat standing perfectly still facing the wall. Terror swept over me, freezing me in place. My breathing became shallow, my chest constricted. The figure turned slowly in that strange, deliberate motion. Its face was still an indistinct blur, but there was a suggestion of features shifting beneath the haze. I couldn't move. My limbs felt paralyzed by raw fear. My vision narrowed and the corridor felt impossibly long, as though I would never reach my door. Then in one swift, heart-pounding moment, the light stabilized. The figure was gone, leaving the hallway empty except for the faint hum of electricity. My body was shaking and every muscle burned with adrenaline. For a long time, I stood there unsure whether I had truly seen something or whether my exhausted mind had fabricated it. Summoning all the courage I had left, I dashed toward my room, entered and slammed the door shut. My breath came in, ragged gasps, and my heartbeat thundered in my ears. I packed my things as quickly as I could, hands trembling so badly I could barely zip up my suitcase. The walls seemed to close in on me as if the building itself resented my presence. Finally, I flung the door open, luggage in hand, and hurried to the elevator. I stabbed the button repeatedly, my entire body tense. Seconds crawled by like hours. Then, with a dull chime, the doors slid open inside the elevator. The mirror reflected my own tormented expression back at me. A face pale as a ghost, eyes wide with dread. When the elevator reached the lobby, I found a resolute calm that replaced my panic, as though I had crossed some threshold of terror into pure survival mode. I handed my key to the front desk clerk, who looked surprised that I was leaving early without elaborating. I checked out, ignoring the questions about whether everything was all right. Stepping out onto the sidewalk, I felt the cool night air wash over me, cleansing me of that suffocating dread. My heart continued to pound, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting that dark figure to emerge from the hotel's revolving door, yet no one followed me. Even in the taxi ride to a different hotel, my mind raced through every chilling moment. I felt no relief. only a lingering sense that some part of me had brushed against the inexplicable. I tried to rationalize an old building, poor lighting stress from the Congress, but deep down I knew there was more to it than that. Sometimes late at night I replay the events in my mind, searching for logic in the illogical, and every time I returned to that corridor, to that corner where there was only a wall to that face that never truly emerged from the shadows, perhaps it was a mere trick of perception, or perhaps there really was something lurking. In those old halls I escaped without harm, yet I can't banish the uneasy feeling that a part of me never truly left that place long after I've moved on. I still wake in the small hours of the night, half convinced that I'll open my eyes to see that figure in the doorway silently watching, reminding me that some doors once open can never be fully closed. I remember the night I arrived at the cabin as if it were etched into my mind with a razor. The air felt heavier than it had any right to be suffocating in its stillness. My first steps inside kicked up a swirl of dust from the warped floorboards, and the door closed behind me with a dull thud that echoed too long in the cramped entryway. Even before switching on the lights, a sense of unease seeped into my stomach. This was supposed to be my sanctuary from deadlines and incessant city noise, yet all I felt was an oppressive silence pressing against my ears. I had chosen this place after scouring listings for a spot so remote it practically dared me to get any distraction, but writing done with a looming deadline for an article I'd been procrastinating on. I believed isolation would force my focus. I packed only the essentials, a few notebooks, my old laptop, and some clothes. There was no internet or cell phone signal here, just the promise of trees, silence, and time. I'd been told the cabin had basic electricity and running water. That was all I needed, at least in theory, when I finally flicked on the single overhead bulb. The cabin's modest interior revealed itself in an anemic glow. There was a small kitchen area in one corner, a rickety wooden table with 2 chairs near the fireplace, and a narrow hallway leading to a tiny bedroom. Everything smelled faintly of mildew and old varnish. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light as I set down my bag. That was when I noticed a narrow door near the kitchen, probably a basement or root cellar. I decided to have a look right away, hoping it might hold some extra blankets or something useful. The door creaked on rusted hinges, releasing a stale odor that prickled my nose. Descending into the basement, I felt a chill emanating from the cement walls. My flashlight revealed dusty shelves with old jars, tools, and boxes I assumed no one had touched for years. In one corner, I spotted what looked like an antique shortwave radio, the kind you might see in a collector's shop. Its metal knobs had a dull sheen, and the speaker cloth was torn in one corner on a whim. I carried it upstairs, figuring it might be interesting background noise if I could get it working. I had no other link to the outside world, so even scratchy regional stations would be preferable to total silence. By the time I finished lugging my suitcase into the bedroom, the overhead light was flickering slightly, as though the cabin's wiring wasn't strong enough to handle. Sustained use, I was already uneasy. My pulse felt a beat faster than usual, and my breath came out in shallow bursts. Whenever I considered how isolated I really was, the sight of that shortwave radio on the table provided a strange comfort, though it felt like a relic from another time, something with a history behind it. Over the next day I settled in. I spent hours trying to write, often staring blankly at my laptop screen, words refusing to form. Occasionally I'd twist the radio's dial, searching for any station that might break the monotony. Sometimes I picked up bursts of static or faint music, but never anything consistent. Early that evening, I managed to tune into what sounded like a local station playing oldies. The signal was so weak that it cut out, often replaced by sporadic crackling. Yet the music's muffled cadence was enough to make me feel less alone that first night. As the sky turned to ink black outside, I caught my reflection in the cabin's single window. I nearly jumped. My own face looked distorted against the darkness. Heart pounding, I shook off the chill creeping along my spine. I could sense a primal part of me screaming that I was too far from civilization, too cut off from help. If something went wrong, my palms felt clammy whenever I thought about the nearest neighbor, a good drive away with no phone line in the cabin to call for anything short of an emergency. but I told myself I was simply adjusting. New places can be unsettling, especially in the thick of night. The second night was when it all started. I'd left the radio on, softly hoping for some static-laden music that I could ignore. As I typed, the air outside had grown colder and a sharp wind rattled the windows. Every once in a while, I heard a branch scrape against the exterior walls with a hollow scratch. The radio pissed and popped, weaving in and out of incomprehensible chatter from distant frequencies. Then abruptly, a strange broadcast broke through the static. A low, wavering murmur that sent a surge of adrenaline racing through my veins. At first, I couldn't make out actual words. It was just a deep voice layered beneath thick interference, but then it sounded like it was saying my name. My actual name drawn out slowly in a distorted whisper. I froze my fingers, hovering over my laptop. Keys, the rest of my body seized by electric dread. A faint sweat broke out on my forehead and my hands started trembling. It wasn't just that the voice resembled someone calling me. It was the unmistakable way it elongated the syllables as if searching for me through the static. My breath caught in my throat and my heart hammered against my ribcage. I tried to adjust the radio dial to get a clearer signal. Every tweak produced a scratchy squeal that made my teeth clench for a brief second. The voice became marginally clearer, and I could sense a certain urgency in its tone, like it was straining against the static pressing forward from some unimaginable distance. Then just as quickly it vanished. The radio snapped back to a dull hiss, leaving behind a jarring hum that resonated through the cabin. That hum was unnerving enough that I had to switch the radio off completely, but my ears kept ringing with the remnants of that sound. It felt as though the air itself was vibrating around me. I spent the rest of that night obsessively scanning every frequency on the shortwave, growing more desperate. Each time I failed to find the voice. Again, my mind buzzed with questions had I imagined it had. I dozed off at my laptop, dreaming it all, but I was so alert, so keyed up from fear that sleep felt impossible. I could almost sense eyes on me, though I knew there was no one else in the cabin. Every so often, I'd catch myself glancing at the window, half expecting to see a shadow lurking there. My heart rate refused to slow, and my breathing stayed fast. And shallow by the early hours of morning, I was physically shaking from fatigue and from an irrational dread that someone or something was trying to reach me the next day. I combed through every inch of the frequencies again, praying I'd discover a rational explanation. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind or an odd skip in the radio waves, but nothing resembling that deep whisper surfaced. The sky was gray all day, casting a leaden light through the windows that made the interior of the cabin feel claustrophobic. Every floorboard creak set me on edge, and I found myself jumping at the sound of my own footsteps. My paranoia took hold, intensifying each time I imagined that voice calling out to me again. By late afternoon, a soft drizzle began tapping on the roof, and the temperature inside dipped to an uncomfortable chill. I decided to warm myself with a small fire in the fireplace, but something about gathering the old kindling from the porch made my neck prickle. A sense of being watched tugged at me. I kept spinning around, expecting to see someone just behind me, even though no figure or shape appeared in my line of sight. The damp breeze rustled the pines, and I heard an eerie whistling through the branches. My stomach twisted with the certainty that something was off, like the entire forest was too quiet. Waiting that night, I resisted turning on the radio. The memory of that voice had me shaken, and I doubted I'd find it again anyway. Instead, I tried focusing on my article, tapping away at my keyboard in a desperate attempt to bury my fear in work. But each paragraph felt forced, my mind constantly drifting to the previous night's encounter. Then out of nowhere, I heard a distinct click from across the room, and the radio turned on by itself. My blood went cold. I stared, half disbelieving, as static crackled softly in the still air. My pulse pounded in my ears so loudly I thought the cabin might echo with it. I slid my chair back, legs quivering as I moved toward the radio. I thought maybe a faulty switch or loose wire caused it to power on, but in the pit of my stomach I felt that same wave of dread. The static rose and fell almost like breathing until a faint voice surfaced. I couldn't make out any words this time. Just a low muttering followed by high-pitched feedback that made me cringe. My hand shook so badly I could barely turn the dial when I finally managed to switch it off. The silence that followed felt like a living entity pressing in from all sides. Convinced I was losing my mind, I paced around the cabin, glancing at every corner as though something might emerge. A cold sweat clung to my skin and I found myself gasping for air. Even though I wasn't moving quickly, my perception felt distorted. The walls appeared closer than they were, and the windows looked crooked and too small to let any real light in. Several times I rubbed my eyes hoping to refocus, but the sense of claustrophobia only grew. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a faint scuttling from the ceiling as if small feet were brushing across the rafters. I tried to tell myself it was just a squirrel or some woodland animal seeking shelter, but every tiny scrape felt like claws inching along my spine. My chest tightened and I found myself pressing my hand against my heart as if to hold it in place. Even the air tasted metallic and bitter, fueling my suspicion that I was inhaling my own terror more than oxygen. I hardly slept when the first gray light of morning seeped into the cabin. I felt more exhausted than ever. My back ached from tension and my head pounded with a dull ache that throbbed behind my temples. I decided I couldn't stay in that cabin another night without at least trying to ground myself in something real. So I stepped outside, letting the cool morning air brace my nerves. The forest was dense and oddly silent. No chirping birds, no rustling. Wildlife, just an occasional drip from the trees after the previous night's drizzle. My stomach churned with anxiety and my breath fogged in front of me as I tried to calm my thoughts. For most of that day, I avoided the radio entirely. I read through my notes for the article, forcing myself to concentrate. I even managed to write a few coherent paragraphs, though every little noise made me jump the old refrigerator, humming the breeze rattling the window. Each sound startled me with jolts of pure adrenaline. By early evening, I found myself so on edge that my hand shook uncontrollably as I tried to drink from a water bottle. I realized then that I couldn't keep ignoring what was happening. I had to confront the radio again or risk letting my imagination spiral out of control. Summoning courage, I didn't feel I went back to the table where the radio sat silent and still. My pulse pounded painfully in my chest as I reached for the knob. My fingers were slick with sweat, making it difficult to get a firm grip when the radio clicked on. The static that greeted me seemed subdued, like a hiss that had lost some of its intensity. I slowly turned the dial, scanning the range of frequencies, but everything was lifeless. Just dull white noise and occasional whines. I was almost disappointed that I couldn't find anything at all. Part of me was hungry for an explanation, even if it frightened me. I was about to switch it off when the hum returned, a deep, resonant drone that made my skin crawl. My name reverberated in that hum, or at least I thought it did. It felt like it was forming itself in the static. Not quite a voice, but more like an impression of a voice. My legs threatened to buckle and cold sweat trickled down my neck. I forced myself to keep listening, even though my instincts screamed for me to run. Then I heard something else, a phrase. Maybe, though it was distorted, it sounded like an urgent plea or a warning. My mind scrambled to decipher it, but I only caught disjointed syllables. A wave of nausea lurched in my stomach. I snapped off the radio, breathing in ragged gasps. My own fear seemed so palpable in that moment that I felt suffocated. Was this some supernatural force reaching out, or was I unraveling under the stress of isolation and an impending deadline? My mind teetered between rationalizing the experience and succumbing to the terror. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes, trying to stop the spinning feeling in my head. In that darkness behind my eyelids, I heard the voice again. Faint and echoing, my chest tightened as I realized it was burned into my mind, a phantom I couldn't escape. Unable to stand it any longer, I decided to leave the cabin that night. I packed my belongings in a frenzy, nearly tripping over the table leg. In my haste, the overhead light flickered wildly, sending the walls into maddening shadows. My breath rasped in my throat, and I could feel every thud of my pulse in my skull. Even the act of zipping my suitcase felt oddly laborious, as though unseen hands were tugging it away from me. Part of me wondered if I'd find the radio spontaneously turned on again, but each time I looked over, it remained dark. The drive away from the cabin was nerve-wracking. The narrow dirt road seemed to blur at the edges of my vision, and every bump jolted my exhausted body. My hands gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I glanced in the rearview mirror repeatedly, half expecting to see something behind me. The forest pressed in an unlit corridor that swallowed my headlights. It felt like hours before I finally made it to the main highway, heart pounding so fiercely I could taste the bitterness of my own fear in my mouth. In the days that followed, I tried to explain the events to myself. I told friends it was just my imagination running wild in an old cab with an ancient radio that picked up weird signals. But whenever I closed my eyes, I relived those pulses of dread. I still felt the sensation of being watched and heard that disembodied voice calling my name through the static. My mind kept returning to those moments of scanning the dial, searching for a rational explanation and finding none. No matter how many times I dismiss it as a fluke or an overactive imagination, the memory ref refuses to fade sometimes. In the quiet hours of the night, I'll recall that ragged hum and feel my chest tighten with anxiety. The question that gnaws at me is whether I truly escaped whatever was trying to reach me. Even now, I wonder if that presence might follow me through any static-laden radio wave, whispering across the ether. I wonder if I only fled the cabin physically, leaving some part of my sanity behind to linger with that old, unpredictable radio, and that lingering doubt is a terror in its own right, haunting me long after I've locked my doors, turned off every light, and tried in vain to fall asleep in the comfort of my own home. Because no matter how safe I try to feel, every hiss of static on a lonely night brings me back to that cabin, that flickering light, and that voice on the edge of hearing, always just beyond my reach, yet close enough to make my heart pound like thunder in my chest. And as much as I yearn to dismiss the entire experience, I can't ignore the fear that it wasn't a dream at all. It was real somewhere out there. That distant crackling signal might still be calling my name, waiting for me to tune in once more. I sensed the dread. Before I even knew what it was, the late afternoon sun, though warm and golden, seemed unable to penetrate the thickening air around me. My lungs felt tight, as though I were already inhaling smoke, yet there was no reason, at least not yet, to think anything was burning. I pedaled faster, hoping the oppressive sensation would lift if I just kept moving. Instead, the heaviness settled deeper in my chest, and an uneasy prickle in my scalp warned that I was cycling into territory. Best left alone, I had been on a mountain biking adventure that day, traversing narrow dirt paths through old farmland and abandoned ranch houses. The trails were rarely traveled, and I enjoyed the isolation until something shifted in the atmosphere. As I ventured farther, the vegetation along the path appeared more lifeless than usual, the colors muted under a dull haze. Even the sky overhead seemed oddly subdued, as if a thin film had blanketed the clouds. My legs kept pumping, but a sharp unease danced across my skin. Approaching a particularly desolate stretch of land, I saw a cluster of collapsing structures in the distance. Rusted barbed wire fences formed a crooked perimeter around a few storage sheds, a battered silo, and what looked like an old barn. I couldn't detect any signs of life, no vehicles, no footprints. Nothing indicating recent activity, yet an insistent odor singed air, but not exactly wood smoke, scratched at my nostrils. It reminded me of scorched metal, or perhaps hot stones after a campfire, something unnatural. I rolled to a stop and dismounted carefully. Hearing the gravel crunch under my tires, I scanned the area. The wind was stagnant, dry weeds and tufts of dead grass. Stood still as tombstones turning my head, I noticed a thin line of smoke rising behind the barn, so faint that I first suspected it might just be heat. Shimmer, but as I narrowed my eyes, I realized it definitely had the milky gray hue of smoke. Slowly, as if hypnotized, I leaned my bike against a skeletal fence post and walked toward the barn with uncertain, deliberate steps. The closer I got, the more I felt that prickling in my scalp intensify. My heart pounded each beat, echoing in my ears. My breath grew shallow and my lips felt papery and dry. The barn's faded red paint was peeling away in broad curls, revealing dark rotted wood beneath gaps in the walls. Offered glimpses of the interior, but all I discerned was shadow and a few hanging cobwebs. Yet behind those warped slats, a flicker of orange flashed like embers in a dying fire. There was no crackling of burning wood, no smell of charred timber, nothing to suggest an ordinary fire. The silence was intense enough that my own breathing sounded like a thunderstorm inside my skull. My fingers were starting to tremble, so I clenched them. I reminded myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe there was an old fire pit behind the barn left smoldering by some trespasser. Still, it seemed bizarre that anyone would set up a campfire here in the middle of nowhere. I circled around trying to get a better vantage through a large gap near the barn door. The smoke appeared to fade away as though swallowed by the stale air. I couldn't figure it out. Nothing about it made sense. One moment it was clearly visible and the next it dissolved. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, half convinced that the heavy atmosphere was playing tricks on my vision. The tension in my shoulders tightened and my skin felt clammy with a sudden cold sweat. Despite the warmth of the day, a chill ran along my spine. I resolved to investigate, forcing myself to move. I reached the barn's entrance and pushed against the large sliding door. It groaned on. Rusty rollers, dust drifting down in a silent, suffocating cloud. My heart thudded faster as I stepped inside, fighting the impulse to turn and run. The interior was murky, illuminated only by the cracks in the walls, and a few stray sunbeams that managed to slip through the broken roof layers of cobwebs glistened like tattered curtains. The smell was musty, moldy straw mixed with something else, something accurate and vaguely electric. I expected heat, at least a lingering warmth, if there had been a fire only seconds earlier. Yet the barn felt distinctly cold, as if the walls exhaled a frigid breath. My footsteps stirred a fine dust that glowed in the dim light, forming swirling patterns in the air. I peered around, scanning the corners. Rotting hay bales slumped against the walls, and a few old tools lay scattered on a collapsed workbench. There was no sign of flames or embers, no smoke. Nothing that could have caused the glow I'd witnessed from outside, nerves jangling. I decided to explore the far side of the barn where I'd seen the flicker. My legs felt heavy, as though wading through waist-deep water. Each step kicked my pulse a notch higher. A persistent sense of being watched tugged at me. The weight of that invisible gaze made the back of my neck prickle. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd find someone lurking behind me, but the emptiness was absolute. Despite the stillness, I heard faint sounds I couldn't quite place, like distant scratching or soft shuffling, too subtle to pinpoint my mind. Raced conjuring images of rodents or maybe just stray debris blowing across the floor. It could have been perfectly normal, I told myself. Yet the goosebumps rising on my arms argued otherwise. My throat felt uncomfortably tight as I reached the spot where the barn wall had shown that orange glow. I found nothing but a few charred boards near the ground, possibly the aftermath of a long-ago lightning strike or a failed attempt at arson when I prodded them with my foot. The planks crumbled into black flakes, leaving no fresh heat or sign of recent fire. A single bizarre question pounded in my head. How did the smoke simply vanish? I paused to steady my breathing, wiping sweat from my brow. The dust caking my face felt gritty. My heartbeat thundered, and my mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. Trying to calm myself, I recalled a conversation with a colleague. He once mentioned that illusions can manifest in moments of high stress or dehydration. Maybe I was overexerted from the biking and imagining this entire phenomenon, but the memory of that acrid scent lingered stubbornly in my nostrils, and the image of swirling gray smoke remained vivid in my mind. Warily, I made my way back toward the barn entrance. The air outside had been stale, but inside it felt alive with tension, as though every molecule pressed against me with malevolent intent. My ears picked up an odd scraping sound like metal against concrete, though I saw no object that could produce such a noise. I froze, scanning the gloom. A shape flitted in the corner of my eye, just a shadow or a trick of the limited light. My heart hammered as I spun around, convinced someone was standing behind a pile of old crates. Yet I found no one. My arms trembled with a mixture of dread and adrenaline. I remembered telling myself earlier not to go inside places like this alone, especially when the atmosphere felt wrong, but curiosity had gotten the better of me. Senses on high alert, I edged along the wall, stepping over piles of splintered wood and avoiding cobwebs draping from the rafters. Each breath was shallow and ragged as I strained to catch any hint of movement or presence. The silence itself felt like a living thing, pushing against my eardrums until they ached. At last I returned to the barn's entrance. Daylight glared in from outside, momentarily blinding me as I peered past the open door. My bike was still there, leaning against the fence post, and for a split second I felt an overwhelming urge to sprint toward it, jump on and pedal away without looking back, yet my curiosity wouldn't fully release me. I glanced around one last time, hoping to rationalize what had happened. Suddenly I noticed something unusual. The dust in the air near the barn's threshold seemed to move in a slow swirl as if caught in a gentle vortex. There was no breeze to explain it, and I was standing still. My pulse pounded in my eardrums, the swirl intensified, forming a ghostly pattern, then in an instant it collapsed on itself. Leaving the air oddly still, I stepped outside, gasping as the tension in my chest momentarily lifted, only to be replaced by renewed uncertainty. Standing in the daylight should have felt reassuring, but the sky now seemed unnaturally bright, washed out like an overexposed photograph. I found myself blinking repeatedly, my vision dancing with tiny spots of color. The farmland around me was silent, no birds, no insects buzzing, no rustle of grass. I recalled hearing that sometimes right before a natural disaster, animals go quiet. The idea set my nerves on edge again, but there was no obvious calamity here, just a deserted barn and the faint stench of something burned without warning. A jolt of fear shot through me as I realized how alone I truly was. Nearest civilization was miles away. My phone had no signal in this remote area. I checked earlier, the barn loomed behind me like a hungry M, and I half expected to see the smoke reemerge from somewhere near its foundation. Instead, I caught a glimpse of motion in my peripheral vision. It was too quick gone as soon as I turned my head. My stomach tightened and a clammy sweat broke out across my neck. Desperate to convince myself everything was normal, I walked around the barn one more time, scanning the broken windows and battered walls for any sign of an actual fire. Nothing. The odor that accurate electric tang still clung to the air, though it was fainter now. My breathing remained shallow, and I kept swallowing to moisten my parched throat. My instincts shouted for me to leave, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was about to reveal itself. I tried to recall if I had passed any streams or wells along my route. Suspecting dehydration was partly to blame for my state of mind, yet even if I were dehydrated, that wouldn't account for the charred boards or the swirling smoke. My heart kept drumming with an unrelenting fury, an odd sense of being tested or toyed with. Formed in my mind, it felt as though some presence was orchestrating these events, pushing me to confront something I'd rather avoid. Eventually, I made the decision to depart. My hand shook as I lifted my bike from its resting place. That sense of a watchful entity never left me. The barn stood behind my back, its rotting timbers somehow exuding a palpable malice. Mounting the bike, I pedal away, fighting the urge to glance over my shoulder. My muscles ached from tension, and the dryness in my throat had become a raw, burning sensation. Not far down the dirt trail, I heard what sounded like a low, distant moan. Not quite the wind, not quite an animal. The noise vibrated at a frequency that resonated in my bones, sending a fresh cascade of cold sweat down my arms. I quickened my pace, determined to get as much distance between me and that wretched place as possible. The farmland rolled by on either side, but the oppressive quality of the air lingered, as though I carried it with me like a malevolent cloud. About half a mile later, I stopped to catch my breath. My head spun and my stomach churned uneasily. I forced myself to take big gulps of water from the bottle on my bike frame. Ignoring the warm plastic taste as I rested, I recalled a friend once describing how some locations absorb the energy of whatever horrors occurred there. I had brushed off his tale at the time now. However, I couldn't help but suspect that barn was one such place steeped in dread, exhaling malevolence with each rotten board as I resumed pedaling. I realized the farmland behind me was unnaturally silent. Even as I moved farther away, a persistent image filled my mind's eye, that subtle swirl of dust near the barn door, twisting like a living entity. My heart refused to calm, each beat still hammering against my ribcage. My body was slick with sweat and my legs felt like trembling rubber. I tried focusing on the crunch of the dirt under my tires to ground myself in the moment, but the memory of that flickering orange glow and the ghostly smoke clung to me. Refusing to fade, at one point I turned onto a slightly larger dirt road that connected to the main route after several minutes of biking. The air around me felt less stifling. A few insects buzzed near the weeds, and a solitary crow caught in the distance, breaking the unnatural silence. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, painting the horizon in a bruised palette of purples and oranges. Despite these more mundane details, my body remained tense, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder repeatedly, fearful I might glimpse a column of smoke trailing after me like a curse by the time I reached a familiar crossroads. Dusk had begun to settle. The relief of seeing a weathered sign pointing toward a small town I knew felt like a reprieve from suffocation. Still, my mind churned with questions. What had I really seen? Was it a hallucination? A leftover phenomenon from some old accident that lingered in the structure of the barn? Or was it something beyond rational explanation, a gateway to a realm best left undiscovered? I never got an answer that satisfied me even now. Recalling the incident makes my hands clammy and my pulse rise sometimes. In the quiet moments before sleep, I replay the memory of that swirl of smoke behind the barn, followed by its abrupt disappearance. I recall the sensation of something watching, measuring me in that darkness. No matter how many times I try to rationalize it, the hollow dread in my gut remains. It took days for the lingering odor imagined, or not to fully fade from my senses, yet the psychological scar cut deeper. The barn still returns to my thoughts in flashes, typically accompanied by a sudden wave of goosebumps. On rare occasions, I'll wake from a dream drenched in sweat with the echo of that low moan in my ears when morning comes. I'm often left with an insidious feeling that I brought something back with me, a bit of that malevolent presence that refuses to let go. I've considered returning to that stretch of farmland to prove something to myself, to confirm once and for all whether there was a legitimate explanation, a hidden fire pit, a trick of light, or some phenomenon I misinterpreted under stress. But each time I entertain the idea, an involuntary shudder seizes me and my mouth turns as dry as dust. My heart starts racing. Just at the possibility perhaps it's best left alone some places, and whatever dwells within them don't need. Second chances, we cross paths with mysteries that exceed our understanding and poke holes in our sense of reality. Sometimes the wisest course is to walk, or in my case, bike away, and so I remain burdened by the memory, a mix of terror and fascination that clings like a dark stain on my soul, though I escaped physically unscathed. The relentless question of what truly happened in that barn follows me still, even at a distance. The haunting notion that the smoke might return at any moment keeps my nerves on edge. It lurks in my mind, an unwelcome companion that reminds me there are forces in this world that defy our comfort and challenge our sanity. I don't plan on going back. Let that place slumber, submerged in whatever secrets it's been hoarding. There may be no conclusive end to this story, only the restless feeling that the barn still stands waiting. And whenever I close my eyes and recall that fleeting swirl of ghostly smoke, I feel the weight of its silent stare pressing against me again, demanding my attention. For now, I refuse to answer, but part of me knows that the darkness in that barn has its own plans, and whether I confront it or not, it remains very much alive. In the corridors of my mind, I never used to believe that the dead of night could truly belong to anything other than weary travelers and the occasional insomniac, but my conviction faltered on a deserted highway where the rain hissed against my windshield like a warning, and the cold seeped into my bones. It was there in the inky darkness that I felt something press in around me, something ancient, hungry for attention, and completely beyond my understanding. My heart still pounds whenever I think about those lonely hours before sunrise. when the world seemed suspended between dreams and waking nightmares. I had set out from home at around 2 in the morning, hoping to avoid the weekend traffic. The night was cold, a sharp chill that felt like it snaked around my chest. Every time I took a breath, a faint drizzle tapped on the roof of my car, creating this almost hypnotic lull. For a time, I allowed myself to believe the worst I would face was boredom and a slight tension in my neck from staring too long at the scarcely lit highway. The landscape outside offered little comfort, and fields drowned in the dull glow of my headlights, and an overcast sky that refused to share even a sliver of moonlight. My coffee thermos lay empty on the passenger seat, rolling around. Each time I navigated a gentle curve. Occasionally I looked at the fuel gauge, feeling a vague unease that had nothing to do with running out of gas. There was a sense deep within me that my solitude on the road was an illusion. I had the persistent impression that something was out there, pacing just beyond the beams of my headlights, waiting. I tried to refocus on the drive. Turning on the radio static greeted me a harsh rasp that made the fine hair on my arms lift. I searched for a station, but the only one I found played an off-tempo country ballad that sounded strangely distorted. At that hour, the singer's voice wavered as though struggling to rise above a deep interference. The garbled sound set me on edge, so I turned the radio off. Silence took over, interspersed with the relentless pitter-patter of raindrops and my own heartbeat pushing into my ears. Soon a restlessness settled over me. My limbs felt cramped. My eyes wanted a break from the darkness. The overhead sign promised another rest stop in a few miles, but something compelled me to pull over sooner. The road ahead was empty, not a single pair of headlights approaching in either direction. My foot eased off the accelerator and I coasted onto the shoulder, the umble strip vibrating beneath my tires. I parked and turned on my hazard lights, trying to quell the jitters crawling across my skin. Stepping out of the car, I was immediately struck by how cold the drizzle felt against my face. The air smelled of wet asphalt and distant pine. I took a swig of water from a bottle, the liquid practically freezing on my tongue, then stretched my arms overhead. My breath came out in shallow puffs as I did a quick check around to ensure I wouldn't be in any danger from passing vehicles, though I had seen none. For miles, the darkness was palpable, thick enough that I had to rely on the faint glow of my taillights to orient myself. That was when I noticed a figure. It was a solitary shape perched on the low embankment by the side of the road. Only a few yards away, my first instinct was to recoil because I was certain I had parked in an empty stretch of highway. This person, from what I could discern, appeared to be sitting with slumped shoulders, head bowed as though exhausted or ill. The silhouette was so still that at first I thought it might be a trick of the weak light. Yet the longer I looked, the more details I could make out a man possibly wearing something dark. He seemed weather-beaten and weighed down by something intangible. My pulse instantly kicked up, but a sense of responsibility also rose within me. I took a few steps closer to the shoulder, making sure I wasn't intruding on a dangerous situation. The drizzle intensified. Sheets of raindrops now shimmering under my hazard lights. I found myself raising my voice to ask if he needed help. The words sounded strange in my own ears. Carried away by the hiss of rain and the rumble of distant thunder when I spoke, he stirred slowly. He rose from his spot. The motion seemed laborious, as if every joint in his body resisted for an instant. I glimpsed his outline more clearly, shoulders hunched, arms hanging limp at his sides. He wavered on unsteady legs, then turned away, slipping behind a large metal sign that signaled the upcoming rest stop alarm. Bells rang in my head. Maybe he was wary of strangers, or perhaps he was experiencing some sort of episode. I remembered my trunk had a spare blanket and some food supplies, so I thought maybe I could offer him something warm. Adrenaline pushed me forward, and I found myself following his path. Yet by the time I reached the sign, no more than a breath or two after he disappeared behind it, there was no one there. I called out again this time, trying to convey more empathy in my tone, but the wind answered with a hollow moan. Rain pelted my jacket. Rivulets streaming down my face. My flashlight retrieved from the car sliced through the darkness to reveal nothing but flattened grass and gravel. There were no footprints, no sign that someone had been sitting there or moving about. I felt an immediate chill trickle down my spine. My lungs drew in a shaky breath, and I scanned the surroundings with renewed urgency. The highway stretched away in either direction, a ribbon of black tar lit only by my hazard lights. If the man had been real, he should have been visible escaping along the road or stumbling across the open field. But I was alone. A wave of knees washed over me and my body reacted heart-hammering, palms slick with sweat. Despite the cold, a tremor building in my legs, it was a primal response, reminiscent of the fear that creeps in when you sense a predator at your back. I made one last attempt to search the area, stepping onto the wet grass with hesitant feet. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the crackle of the rain. Every sense was on high alert, convinced I might see that hunched figure again, silently watching from the darkness, unable to shake the feeling that I was no longer safe. I retreated to my car the moment I slammed the door. I exhaled a sigh of mingled relief and dread. My headlights cut through. The rain-swept night, and for an irrational moment I pictured that figure standing just beyond the glow eyes fixed on me. My chest tightened. The car suddenly felt too small, yet it was the only refuge I had. My breath was shallow and quick, and I had to remind myself to calm down. This was probably just a trick of the mind. I reasoned perhaps I was tired and my imagination had gotten the better of me. Still, the undeniable fact remained. I had seen something or someone in the darkness. I forced myself to get back on the road, telling myself that once I reached the next rest area, I'd go inside, maybe talk to an attendant if one was present, and clear my head as I drove. Every sign that loomed out of the darkness looked suspiciously like the sign where the figure had disappeared. I tried to convince myself it was just the angle of my headlights playing tricks. But each time a little knot of fear tightened in my stomach, I kept glancing at the rear-view mirror, expecting to see a shape pop into view on the back seat or outside in the swirling gloom. My grip on the steering wheel was so tight that my knuckles began to ache. The drizzle grew heavier, morphing into a constant whispering downpour. There was an odd rhythmic tapping on my windshield that didn't sync with the wipers. I tried to identify the source, even turning the wipers off briefly, but the tapping persisted. A random staccato that made me grit my teeth. My heart pounded against my ribs, each beat echoing in my ears. I felt certain something was trying to breach the thin barrier of glass and metal that separated me from the endless void outside. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the lights of the rest stop. I pulled into the parking lot, half expecting it to be deserted, but there was a lone sedan parked next to a lamppost. The harsh fluorescent light buzzed overhead, casting flickering shadows on the wet asphalt. I decided to go inside and rinse my face, gather my nerves. The lobby was dull and unwelcoming, with a few vending machines humming in a corner. I saw an attendant, a middle-aged man wearing a bored expression, seated behind a service counter. He merely glanced at me, then returned to fiddling with something behind the desk. I didn't speak directly to him. Instead, I headed to the restroom to wash my hands and try to convince myself that I was simply overreacting in the mirror. I noticed how pale I looked. Dark circles under my eyes. My hair was damp and clung to my forehead. My lips were nearly bloodless, a sign of the stress thrumming through my veins. I splashed cold water on my face, noticing the goosebumps on my arms while I was in there. I had the distinct impression that the rest stop was emptier than it should have been. Even for such an odd hour, there was a hush, an almost oppressive silence broken only by the buzzing of fluorescent lights and the mechanical groan of a soda machine outside. When I emerged, the attendant was gone. Leaving the place feeling even more unsettling, I wondered if maybe he had stepped outside, but the front doors were closed and the swirling rain made it unlikely he'd choose to stand in the downpour. I left quickly, preferring the relative familiarity of my car. I checked the sedan again. It was still there, but I saw no sign of the driver as I pulled onto the highway. A jolt of adrenaline coursed through me for a split second. In the edge of my peripheral vision, I thought I saw someone sitting in my back seat. I whipped my head around, almost veering off the road. The seat was empty. My heart battered my chest, each throb resonating in my temples. I muttered under my breath that it was just a hallucination. The tension in my body refused to subside, and I sensed I was being watched again. The miles seemed longer now. The road an unspooling corridor of gloom rain battered my car mercilessly, and the air inside felt suffocating. I tried cracking a window, but the cold gust that blew in made me shiver uncontrollably. The paranoia got worse. My eyes constantly flicked to the side mirrors, expecting to see that figure lurking in the breakdown lane. My thoughts began racing. Was I losing my mind? Had I truly seen a man by the road? Or was it some reflection on the wet pavement? Every so often my breath caught in my throat, and I realized my hands were shaking. Then, as if signaled by the clamoring of my thoughts, the tapping returned. It was faint at first, a muffled sound that seemed to come from the car's roof. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on keeping my car centered in the lane, but it grew louder, more insistent, like knuckles. Wrapping in a strange pattern, my blood ran cold. I felt the primal urge to slam the brakes and get out, but the idea of standing on a dark, deserted highway again, vulnerable in the pouring rain, was even more terrifying. I pushed down the accelerator, heart hammering, telling myself I'd outrun whatever was clinging to the car, if indeed anything was there. The tapping finally ceased, replaced by a slow scraping noise on the passenger side, as if fingers were sliding along the length of the window. I can't describe the chill that seeped into my very bones, the mixture of dread and bewilderment that tightened around my lungs. I forced myself not to look. A sense of unreality weighed on me. This could not be happening. My breathing became ragged, shallow gasps. My vision tunneled, and for a heartbeat I feared I would black out from sheer terror. Just when I thought I could not bear another second, I saw the outline of another roadside sign, indicating an exit leading to a more populated area. Streetlights glowed faintly in the distance, promising some small measure of refuge. With every nerve on edge, I veered off the highway, merging onto a ramp that led to the outskirts of a small town. The scraping noise vanished the moment the car's tires left the main road, as if some invisible presence had lost its grip under the illumination of streetlights. I finally felt that some barrier of darkness had been broken. My breath started to return to a steadier rhythm. Though my heart still pounded, I parked in a brightly lit gas station where several trucks were lined up. The overhead canopy cast everything in a sterile white glow, washing out the color of my car. I sat there for a moment, engine idling, feeling the reality of my surroundings reassert itself. The world no longer seemed as menacing under electric lights. Rain drummed on the roof, but it was just rain now. No eerie tapping, no scraping. My mind raced over the events of the last hour. The recollections felt unreal. The slumped man by the roadside, the sign behind which he vanished, the inexplicable noises on my car, and that suffocating sensation that I was never alone. I questioned whether exhaustion had triggered some elaborate hallucination, yet part of me resisted that explanation. The fear I had experienced was too intense, too visceral. Even as I calmed down, I couldn't entirely escape the lingering dread that something had followed me to that well-lit gas station and was just outside the ring of fluorescent light, waiting after fueling up. I stepped inside the station shop to collect myself. The bright fluorescent bulbs flickered occasionally, casting fleeting shadows across the aisles of snacks and drinks. A radio behind the counter played a static-filled broadcast. I asked the clerk in a low, tense voice if there had been any reports of strange sightings on the highway. He replied vaguely, barely looking up, that sometimes folks came in rattled about odd lights or shapes, but he hadn't heard anything that night. His casual dismissal made me feel uneasy, as if my experiences were being brushed aside or reduced to mere rumor. I paid for a hot coffee and returned to my car, still trembling. Despite the warmth of the beverage in my hands, for a brief moment, I considered checking into a nearby motel and trying to sleep off the panic, but the lingering sense of being watched persisted. I felt safer continuing my journey under the protective glow of the small-town streetlights. Eventually, I merged onto another road that bypassed the emptiest stretches of the highway, hoping daylight would catch up to me before anything else did. The tap of rain receded into a dull background murmur, replaced by the steady hum of my engine and the swirling mania inside my head. Hours later, I finally reached my destination, physically intact, though far from at peace. Even as I parked in front of my friend's place, I refused to relax until I was safely indoors. Stepping out of the car, I glanced behind me more times than I could count, convinced that a stooped silhouette might be following, but there was only the skeletal outline of trees and the hush of a neighborhood still sleeping. To this day, I replay those moments on the highway. I can't be certain whether I encountered a lost soul, a ghost, or a figment of my weary mind. What remains undeniable is the acute terror. I felt skin clammy, chest tight, every sense firing wildly in alarm on that desolate stretch of asphalt. It was as though I brushed against a sliver of reality that refused to fit into my rational world. Even now, when it rains late at night, I sometimes catch my pulse racing, my ears straining for that faint tapping on the windshield. And though I've tried to tell myself I was just sleep-deprived or anxious, I've never been able to fully shake the sensation that I was not alone out there. Somewhere in the wet shadows, that presence still lurks, watching, waiting, and perhaps searching for the next traveler willing to stop in the middle of the night. I remembered the oppressive stillness of that morning as if it were etched into my bones. It clung to the air, filling every space with a muted anticipation that pressed against me and made it hard to breathe even before I reached my uncle's property, a secluded parcel of land far from paved roads and any sign of human life. I sensed something wasn't quite right. The wind barely stirred, and when it did, it carried a faint, acrid smell I couldn't place. I tried to dismiss my unease by chalking it up to sleepiness or nerves, but deep down, a primal part of me whispered warnings I couldn't ignore. I was in my early 30s back then, and I'd grown weary of the same work-a-day routine that had characterized my life for months. My uncle, knowing I needed a break, had offered to let me camp on the property. He looked after it was supposed to be a simple, peaceful getaway, just me, a tent, and the calming isolation of nature. So I loaded my car with the essentials, a sturdy tent sleeping bag, food, water, and enough flashlights to illuminate a small city. I left home at the crack of dawn, wanting to get there early and set up camp before the midday sun became unbearable. Once on the empty highway, I felt freer than I had in a long time. There was no traffic, just a ribbon of asphalt cutting through an endless stretch of countryside hills rolled by, and the occasional twisted tree stood defiant against the open sky. The sense of solitude was comforting, at least initially, but then I saw the dog. He was a medium-sized mongrel, his fur matted and streaked with dirt, standing motionless by the side of the road. His posture was strangely rigid, as if he were waiting for something, our eyes locked. In that instant, I felt a bizarre jolt of recognition. His dark eyes were intense, reflecting something beyond the typical canine curiosity. Despite his ragged appearance, he wagged his tail as though greeting an old friend. I slowed the car, certain I should stop and check if he was hurt or lost. The moment I pulled to the side, he bolted. One instant, he was there the next. He had vanished into the tall grass lining the road, no barking, no growling, no sound at all. It was as if he dissolved into the earth. I sat in my car for a long minute, engine running, trying to decide whether I should go after him. My heartbeat fluttered with the strange déjà vu of it all. Eventually, I convinced myself it was pointless. The dog clearly didn't want to be found. I drove on, though the encounter left me unsettled. I reached the property by mid-morning. My uncle had told me I'd see an old wooden gate marking the entrance, but the gate looked even older and more weathered than I'd imagined. Rust corroded the hinges, and the wood was rough and splintered from the elements. There was a narrow dirt path just beyond the gate that wound through dense clusters of trees, eventually opening into a small clearing that was where I planned to pitch my tent. Once parked, I stepped out into the silence and felt the full grunt of isolation. No distant hum of highways, no chatter of distant neighbors, just the hiss of the breeze through the treetops and the scrunch of gravel under my boots. I just about set up my tent when I saw him again. The same dog crouched at the edge of the clearing. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt an odd thrill of anxiety tighten my chest. He was watching me, tail still, as if deciding what to do. I tried a gentle call, just a soft, "Hey, buddy." But it was more to calm myself than to beckon him. He didn't budge, didn't bark. just stared after a moment. He circled around to the other side of the clearing, keeping a wide gap between us. When I took a step toward him, he darted behind a large oak tree and disappeared. I felt a slight tremor in my hands as I exhaled. I've seen plenty of stray dogs before, but this one felt different. Something in his eyes made my pulse hammer. It was neither fear nor friendliness, but something else. Something that made me question whether I was truly alone out there. I managed to finish setting up camp with the lingering sensation of being watched now and then. I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the tree line, but I tried to focus on the simple tasks: rolling out my sleeping bag, organizing my supplies, double-checking I had fresh batteries for my flashlights. By the time DUS settled over the clearing, the world turned quiet again, as though nature itself was holding its breath. The temperature dropped faster than I expected, and a thin layer of mist began to weave around the tree trunks, giving them a gnostly outline. I built a small campfire and grilled a piece of chicken, trying to concentrate on the sizzle and scent of cooking meat. Still, an uneasiness gnawed at my gut. My eyes kept darting around, scanning the area beyond the firelight. The dog didn't show up again while I ate, so I eventually convinced myself he was just a stray passing through. Maybe my mind was overreacting. I watched the flames dance until my eyes felt heavy. I wasn't sure what time it was when I woke. The darkness outside seemed total. The interior of my tent casting shadows that felt claustrophobic. My heart pounded in my ears before I fully understood why. Then I heard a faint rustling, like paws or feet scuffing the ground outside. My throat went dry and I strained to listen. Something circled the perimeter of my tent, slow and deliberate. The sound came and went in waves, alternating between near silence and the soft crackle of grass being pressed under weight. It stopped for a moment, and I built the courage to peek out through a small gap in the zipper. Two piercing lights, like tiny beacons, floated in the dark. They seemed to hover in midair, flickering whenever they caught the faint reflection of the moon. My heart hammered. Those had to be the dog's eyes, only they looked far too bright, almost like reflective lenses. I froze, torn between zipping the tent shut and stepping out to chase him away. Each thud of my pulse felt magnified, like it was booming in my skull. The seconds stretched. I thought I heard a low huff. Then the eyes blinked once and vanished. I listened for more movement, but nothing came. The rest of the night passed in agonizing anticipation, my brain spinning all sorts of scenarios I couldn't explain. Sleep never fully returned when dawn broke. I emerged from the tent exhausted, but determined the fire was long gone and the clearing looked unremarkable in the pale morning light. I walked the perimeter, searching for footprints or paw prints, some evidence that the dog had really been there. The ground was mostly damp soil and grass, which should have at least shown a disturbance, but there was nothing, no indentations, no broken twigs, just unmarked earth. My hands began to shake again. I tried telling myself it was just a trick of the light, or maybe I dreamed the entire episode. However, the memory of those glowing eyes and the unmistakable sound of something moving around my tent was too vivid to dismiss. The day wore on. Quietly, almost too quietly, I roamed the property, half hoping to find the dog, so I could offer him water or a piece of jerky. My uncle had left a few notes about the layout of the land, including mention of an old barn and a small pond. I found them without much trouble, but no sign of the dog appeared. I kept scanning the ground for prints or fur, but I might as well have been investigating a phantom. An undercurrent of dread trailed me everywhere I went, as though the solitude itself had taken on a malevolent consciousness. Even the birds seemed subdued, only letting out occasional half-hearted chirps by late afternoon clouds gathered overhead, bringing premature darkness. I'd planned to spend a second night, but an inexplicable urgency to leave fought against my original intentions. My skin prickled whenever the wind picked up, and it seemed like every tree was leaning in my direction. Branches twisted as if in silent warning. I decided to make a quick meal before deciding whether to pack back up and go, but a persistent thought nagged at me. I had come out here for peace of mind, to reconnect with myself. Letting fear drive me away felt like admitting defeat to something intangible and possibly in my imagination. Nevertheless, I couldn't ignore the sense that I was being observed. That feeling returned in force. While I gathered firewood, I kept turning around, expecting to catch a glimpse of dark fur slipping between the trees. Once I even thought I saw a shape sitting still at the far end of the pond, a silhouette that vanished the moment I blinked. My breath hitched, and I could taste the metallic tang of adrenaline on my tongue. My hands were damp with sweat as I gripped the bundle of kindling arms, trembling under the weight. I had to force myself to breathe slowly. If I gave into panic, I knew I'd never recover enough courage to stay the night. Dusk arrived with a heavy gloom, the clouds swallowing any hint of starlight. The campfire crackled, casting tall shadows that danced across the clearing. I sat close to the flames, a flashlight within reach, determined to keep my eyes open until they stung with fatigue. Time felt warped. Each minute stretched uncomfortably, as if the night were resisting any progress toward dawn. The wind carried hushed whispers, or at least that's what my mind interpreted from the rustle of leaves. Eventually, I heard faint movement in the distance. My stomach clenched and goosebumps rippled over my arms. This time, the footsteps or paw steps came from behind a cluster of bushes. To the left of my tent, I shone my flashlight in that direction, the beam slicing through the darkness. Nothing. My pulse pounded louder, and I had to remind myself to breathe. I tried to calm my racing thoughts by mentally listing everything around me: the crackle of the fire, the shape of my tent, the endless stretch of blackened sky overhead. But a sudden chill skirted across my neck, as though someone had blown cold air right behind me. I whipped around. Standing not 5 yards away was the dog, his fur looking almost cold black in the firelight, though earlier I remembered it being a muddy brown. His eyes reflected the flames with an unsettling gleam. My heart lurched so violently that I nearly dropped the flashlight. He stared at me unblinking. I felt pinned under his gaze, adrenaline coursing through my veins. My throat constricted as I tried to speak calmly, but all that came out was a hoarse whisper. I thought about approaching him, but an instinct screamed not to move. The dog tilted his head slightly, as if puzzled by my presence. For a moment, I considered that maybe he was just hungry or tired, but I couldn't shake the sense of wrongness emanating from him. My entire body was tense, my breath uneven. Then, as abruptly as he'd appeared, he turned and bolted into the darkness, disappearing from the halo of my flashlight within seconds. The undergrowth swallowed him completely, leaving no rustle or footfall behind it. It was as if the night had taken him back into itself. At that point, I didn't care about a second night of solitude. My nerves were shot. I began dousing the campfire and hastily gathering my belongings. My heart pounded so fiercely that I worried I might hyperventilate while rolling up my tent. I kept casting anxious glances over my shoulder, half expecting the dog to resurface. It felt like each gust of wind carried unseen shapes closing in my vision, blurred with panic, and I could barely steady my hands enough to zip up my pack the whole time. I was aware of my body's primal reactions: the dryness in my mouth, the cold sweat dampening my brow, the trembling in my legs that made each movement jerk and stilted. Suddenly, there was a snapping sound behind me, like a branch breaking under pressure. I spun around hard in my throat, the flashlight beam jittering across tree trunks. Nothing was there, or at least nothing I could see. My instinct to flee blared like a siren in my head. I fumbled with my supplies, stuffing them haphazard into the back seat of my car. Just as I slid into the driver's seat, I thought I glimpsed a flash of 2 reflective dots from the corner of my eye, but I refused to look back. I jammed the key into the ignition, turned it, and pressed the accelerator with a desperation that kicked up dust in a wild, swirling cloud. Driving away felt both relieving and terrifying. The narrow dirt path leading out of the property was lined with twisted trees that seemed to lean in accusingly. My hands shook on the steering wheel, eyes darting at every shape in the darkness I kept. Imagining the dog running along beside me, hidden just beyond the feeble reach of my headlights, a part of me worried I might lose control of the car if something leaped out my mind. Replayed every second of the past 2 days, searching for a rational explanation and coming up empty. Perhaps the dog was just a stray, but why no footprints, and why those impossibly bright eyes in the dead of night? I didn't fully relax until I hit the highway again, the hum of the asphalt under my tires offering some sense of normalcy. Even then, my muscles remained taut, my breathing still shallow. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half convinced I'd see a silhouette bounding after me. The logic in me said that was nonsense, but logic had lost its footing the moment I laid eyes on that dog. When I got home, it felt surreal to be surrounded by familiar walls and furniture. My heart rate gradually slowed, though my mind remained trapped in the echo of those events. I tried explaining it to a friend over the phone using indirect words like strange canine and unsettling presence, but I could tell they were skeptical. They casually suggested I'd had a vivid nightmare brought on by isolation and stress. They might be right, I thought, yet something in me refused to believe it was just an overactive imagination for weeks. I was plagued by dreams of those glowing eyes, an ever-present watcher just beyond the edge of vision. I'd wake drenched in sweat, heart pounding, the memory of soft padding steps fresh in my ears. Every time I passed a stray dog on the street, I'd feel my chest tighten, afraid to look into its eyes and confirm whatever unspoken recognition I feared was there. I never found out who owned that dog or if it was indeed a stray. My uncle claimed not to have seen any dogs around the property, assuring me it was probably a wandering animal that picked up on my scent. Maybe that was all it was, but I couldn't ignore the sense of violation, like something ancient and unknowable had brushed against my life for those 2 nights, leaving its mark. Even now, I catch myself peering into shadowy corners, half expecting to see that dirty fur and those reflective eyes watching, waiting. Judging, I don't know if I'll ever go back to that campsite part of me wants closure to. Force a confrontation with my imagination or whatever I encountered, but another part, the part that still jolts awake in the middle of the night, insists I stay far away. There are things in this world, whether real or conjured from the depths of our own anxiety, that defy easy explanations. Perhaps it was just a lost dog, but I'll never shake the feeling that something else was there in those woods, wearing the shape of an animal, silently testing the boundaries of my sanity. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see those shining eyes in the darkness, staring back at me as if to say, I am here and you are never truly alone. I remember the unsettling stillness of that place before I even stepped out of the truck the moment the engine died. The silence seemed to devour every other sound in the world. The sky was a pallid gray, layered with clouds that promised rain but never delivered the air. Carrie buried an early autumn chill that clung to my skin like a warning standing on the shore of that secluded lake. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were intruders, trespassing on something ancient and resentful. My friend, let's call him Marcos, was already unloading the fishing rods, humming under his breath in a futile attempt to lighten the mood, but I sensed he felt it too. Something. In the hushed wind and the coarse sand beneath our boots whispered that we had wandered into a place that preferred to be left alone. We had arrived in the late afternoon, hoping for a tranquil Friday of fishing away from the city. Noise, the sun was hidden behind clouds, leaving the landscape steeped in a dim, colorless glow. The lake's surface was almost opaque, a sheet of dark water that refused to reflect the world around it. Yet we proceeded with our plan, collecting our gear and picking out a spot near the water's edge. The only other signs of life were a couple of distant birds. Sing-some were in the thick pines that surrounded us. Their calls sounded forlorn, as if warning us to keep our distance. My breath caught a little in my throat when we finally settled down. The temperature was dropping, yet the dryness in my mouth intensified. My heart thumped with steady anticipation, not necessarily of excitement, but of a vague dread I couldn't name. Marcos broke the silence once to comment on how unusually quiet the place was, but I just nodded. A leaden tuition pressed on my chest. It felt as though the lake was watching us, waiting for night to fall. Our fishing attempts that afternoon proved uneventful. There were no strong bites, only the occasional twitch at the end of the line that turned out to be nothing. I tried to focus on the slow, methodical process of casting the line, reeling it in, and casting again. But something kept my nerves on edge each time I paused to breathe. I swore I heard of a faint rustling in the tall grass behind us, or a distant gurgle from somewhere deep within the lake. When the wind blew across the water, it carried a whispering sound like a low moan echoing across the expanse. Eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon, or it would have had the clouds not already swallowed it. Twilight seeped into the surroundings quickly, and with it came an oppressive heaviness in the air. We set up a small campfire close to the water, hoping the flickering flames would soothe our nerves. The fire cast dancing shadows on the surface of the lake, distorted shapes that writhed and warped before vanishing into the darkness. I sat there, my muscles tight, conscious of every breath, my ears strained for any sign of the normal nighttime chorus, crickets, owls, the gentle lap of water. But there was only a strange hush while we warmed our hands by the fire. We spoke indirectly about life's recent stresses, work, relationship, all the mundane troubles. Marcos mentioned how he'd been feeling restless, as if he needed to prove something to himself, maybe by conquering a remote fishing spot. I confessed I was only there for peace, but I wasn't finding much of it. So far, despite our attempts at normal conversation, a thick tension stretched between our words. I felt my spine tighten each time the wind ceased, and the moment the breeze died, the air hung around us with an uncanny stillness. That was when we first heard the sound. It was around 11 at night, judging by the dying embers of our modest fire. At first it resembled a low groan or a heavy sigh that rose from somewhere on the lake. It was as if a slumbering creature had suddenly inhaled, straining its lungs in the process. The hair on my arm stood on end, and Marcos and I exchanged uneasy glances. There was no direct need for dialogue. The alarm was plain in our eyes. We both turned toward the water, but there was nothing to see, only the small ripples reflecting firelight. I told myself it might be the wind funneling through the dense trees, or maybe some large fish breaking the surface. Yet each time I tried to rationalize it, I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my temples. My breath turning shallow, the sound had an undeniably human
quality, as though someone out there just beyond sight was struggling to breathe. When the wind blew again, it carried the faint echo of that strained inhalation, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. The noise repeated itself intermittently, especially when the breeze died down. Each time it seemed slightly louder, a bit closer, until I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from calling out every nerve in my body. Told me it was a terrible idea to call into that darkness. Instead, I sat there, pinned under a suffocating sense that something was out in the lake inching toward us, only revealing its presence through those ghastly, labored exhalations. Marco stoked the fire, hoping the brighter flames might push away our unease, but the surge of light only made the shadows beyond its perimeter darker. My eyes strained to pierce that void occasionally, catching what I could have sworn were subtle movements near the water's surface. It was as if a hunched figure lingered at the boundary where the shore met the lake, its silhouette melting into the gloom. Whenever the flames flickered, my muscles twitched each time I thought I saw it, a jolt of electric fear snapping through me. I couldn't tell if I was imagining these shapes or if something truly shifted in the darkness. Sometime later, a gust of cold wind struck me with such force that I shivered violently. My teeth chattered, and my shoulders tensed up as if preparing for an attack. That was when I grabbed my flashlight. In that moment, I decided I needed to see what was really there. Air to banish the illusions that were taking root in my mind. Switching it on, I pointed the beam across the surface of the lake. The pale light cut through the night, illuminating only the gentle rise and fall of dark water. No eyes reflected back. No creature emerged yet. The sensation of being watched intensified, and the dull ache in my stomach grew into a knot of dread. My breathing became ragged the longer I searched with the flashlight. I thought of shining it into the trees behind us, but a paralyzing fear held me back. A small part of me dreaded what I might find or what might find me if I dared to look away from the water. Instead, I turned off the flashlight, letting the silence descend again. The moment the light disappeared, the sound returned, that wet, rattling inhalation that sent my heart into a gallop. We spent the rest of the night on edge, dozing off in short, fitful bursts, only to jolt awake when the noise crescendoed. Occasionally, I felt as if my own breath was in sync with that alien moan, as though something was drawing the air out of my lungs, forcing me to share its laborious respiration. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the lake surface parting to reveal a twisted face. Lips parted in a toothless gasp. Sweat clung to my forehead despite the cold, and my clothes felt damp against my skin, adding to my discomfort. My heart pounded so fiercely that it vibrated my ribs, and every shadow seemed to hide a set of eyes. A creeping doubt began to gnaw at my sanity. I caught myself wondering if it was all a hallucination, some manifestation of the stress I'd brought with me. Yet Marcos clearly heard the same sound, and the fact that we both experienced it lent a sinister weight to the entire night. Occasionally, he would mention that maybe we should pack up and leave, but neither of us had the energy or courage to dismantle the tent in the middle of the darkness. We feared that if we turned our backs on the water, whatever lurked there might seize the opportunity to approach more boldly. At around 4 in the morning, there was a fleeting moment of calm. The sound seemed to recede, and the wind picked up again, rustling the trees and masking any faint echoes. My own breathing leveled out, though my throat felt raw from tension. I remember hoping that the first light of dawn would dispel this nightmare. As I stared at the dying embers of our fire, I fought the overwhelming urge to run. The dread was a living thing, slithering through my mind and feeding on every flicker of hope. When morning finally came, it arrived in half-light, filtered through the haze of dense clouds. The relief I expected never fully materialized. Instead, I felt a numb exhaustion. My limbs trembled from fatigue, and my eyes were gritty from lack of restful sleep. The lake looked less menacing in the dull morning gloom, yet I couldn't ignore the lingering heaviness in the pit of my stomach. As we cautiously moved closer to the shore, we noticed only old animal tracks. In the muddy stretch, possibly deer or some other creature. Yet none of these footprints explained the horrifying, human-like gasping. We'd heard my pulse quickened again as I inspected the area. The footprints were half-faded, suggesting they'd been made days earlier. There were no fresh marks, nothing that could account for the presence we had felt. I told Marcos that maybe the lake had some bizarre acoustic phenomenon, or maybe we had spooked ourselves into hearing things. But as I said it, my voice wavered and my mouth tasted bitter. I knew deep down that we had experienced something real, something that transcended a simple trick of the wind or echo in the valley. We started packing up our gear, every small sound amp defied by our frayed nerves. My heart raced at the snap of a twig, and my head whipped around each time I imagined a shape at the edge of my vision. The more I tried to maintain calm, the more my hands trembled. My skin felt clammy, and a faint buzzing filled my ears. Even mundane tasks, coiling fishing lines, zipping up the tent, took on a tense urgency. It was as though we were being watched. Even then, like the lake itself might lash out if we stayed a moment too long as we loaded the truck. I became acutely aware of how the entire environment seemed to hold its breath. The sky hung low with thick clouds. The water was unnaturally still, and the wind had settled again into a hush. My mind flashed back to the night's haunting refrain. I half expected that awful rattling sigh to float up from the lake one more time, demanding acknowledgement. But it never came. That silence unsettled me even more. Leaving a hollow ache in my chest, the sense of a looming presence remained. As if the lake was simply biding its time on the drive back, I found my thoughts drifting into a fog of questions and half-formed doubts. My heart was still racing, and my muscles remained tense. Marcos occasionally mumbled about how bizarre the noise had been, never quite finishing his sentences, as if he couldn't find the right words to describe it. I gripped the steering wheel with sweaty palms, glancing at the rear Vidava mirror more often than usual, convinced something might be following us. Each time I glanced, I saw only the empty dirt road unraveling behind us. A feeling of nausea swelled in my stomach whenever I thought about the dark water. And that tortured breathing, was it a restless spirit? A creature that defies all reason? Or was it merely a reflection of our own fears, conjured by exhaustion? In the eerie solitude, none of these questions had easy answers, and the uncertainty lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. The more I tried to banish it, the deeper it burrowed. Even now, when I recall the events by that lake, my body reacts as if I'm still there. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, breath turning shallow sweat beating on my brow. I can't forget the primal chill that surged through me each time that sigh echoed over the water. Nor can I dismiss the sense that we left something behind, some intangible piece of ourselves, claimed by the darkness we briefly encountered. Sometimes I think I hear it again in my dreams, that low groan followed by a broken exhale that seems to beg for release. I'm not sure if I'll ever return to that Lake Marcos, and I haven't discussed it much aside from the occasional passing remark on how unsettling the entire experience was. Each time we skirt the topic, we both go quiet, lost in our own memories of that night. I suspect he, too, feels the faint pull of whatever lingered out there in the water, no matter how hard we try to rationalize it. Some experiences simply refuse to be confined to logical explanations. What haunts me most is the uncanny. Silence of the morning, the way it offered no closure, no tangible evidence, just a grim reminder that sometimes the things we can't see are the ones that weigh on us the heaviest now. Every so often, I catch myself listening for that slow, drawn-out breath in the stillness of night, half convinced it might have followed me home. And, if I'm honest, there's a part of me that knows it did an echo lodged in my mind, as persistent as my own heartbeat. Each time I find myself alone in the dark, I wait ears straining for the sound of that impossible sigh to reveal itself again. I remember stepping out of my car that late afternoon, feeling the air press in on my ears with a suffocating quiet. The sun hovered low on the horizon, its orange light slicing through the dense canopy. There was a sensation of being scrutinized, an eerie awareness that made my skin prickle. Even though I was surrounded by miles of wilderness, with not another soul in sight, I felt cornered, like some invisible presence was crouching just behind me, waiting for the perfect moment to show itself. I was in that part of the forest for a routine work assignment, checking and recalibrating GPS equipment to ensure accurate readings in remote areas. The day had been filled with stops at various coordinates, always under a time crunch. This particular location, however, felt different. My final stop was an old abandoned forest watchtower made entirely of wood. I had seen a few of these relics before, tall, rickety structures built decades ago for fire. Lookouts or park rangers, most were decommissioned, sometimes left to rot away in the undergrowth, but I hadn't expected this one to be so imposing or so isolated. When I first glanced at the tower, it looked hauntingly fragile, as if a strong wind could break it in half, the boards along thee. Sides were gray with age, and the steps leading upward seemed warped. Nevertheless, I had a job to do. I grabbed my gear from the trunk and scanned the area. No signs of human activity, just the endless hush of the forest punctuated by the distant rustle of leaves. I decided that the best vantage point would be from the top. So I began my climb, hoping the structure was sturdy enough to hold my weight. As I ascended, the sun's light grew fainter, seeping through the wooden planks in thin beams that danced with dust. Moe's each creak of the steps triggered a jolt in my chest. My heartbeat quickened, a deep sense of unease gwed at me, intensifying with each rung I passed. It felt like I was intruding in a place that wanted to remain forgotten, but I kept going, reassuring myself that I would be up and down quickly, just enough to gather the signals I needed once. At the top, I stepped onto a small platform that barely felt secure. I stared out at the sweeping view of the dense greenery. The forest below undulated in shadowy pockets, while the horizon was blurred by a faint orange glow. Strangely, there was a distinct absence of movement. No hikers, no wildlife, that I could see nothing but static foliage. I set up my GPS device, checking the signal strength, occasionally adjusting the orientation. The only noises were my own shifting feet and the wooden boards groaning under my weight. The sky overhead had begun to shift to a deeper, more ominous shade. I could sense the day dying around me, taking with it any warmth or comfort. After finalizing my readings, I climbed back down. My shoulders relaxed a fraction once my boots touched the ground again. The tower loomed overhead, silent, yet full of an indescribable tension. I felt an urge to leave that spot immediately, but I still had a few measurements to confirm beside my vehicle, so I popped open the back door, rummaging for a spare battery pack and logging the data on my laptop. That was the moment I saw it. A stark, motionless silhouette at the top of the tower, a dark figure standing against the fading daylight. My breath snagged in my throat. I had just been there seconds ago, and I hadn't passed anyone on the narrow stairs. The figure didn't move for a moment, just watched me. My legs tensed. I slammed the door shut. The hollow clang echoing off the trees. The silhouette turned its head sharply as if startled, and then vanished from the parapet with unsettling speed. A cold wave of panic washed over me. My heart thudded so hard I could feel it against my rib cage. I tried to rationalize maybe someone else had been around, hidden in a blind spot, or maybe they had climbed up when I wasn't looking. My mind churned out possible explanations, but none felt convincing. The tower was precarious, old, and possibly unsafe. Concern or curiosity, maybe both, pushed me to hurry back up. I told myself that I would offer help if there was someone up there who might have stumbled upon the place, or at least confirm I wasn't hallucinating. I bolted up the steps, breathing hard each wooden plank, rattling beneath my feet. By the time I reached the top, my shirt was soaked with sweat. My palms were damp, clinging to the splintered railing. I glanced around frantically. No one. The wind had picked up a bit, causing the tower to sway slightly. My heart hammered in my ears, and I felt a suffocating heat at the back of my neck. The platform was deserted, as was the small room used once for observation. Dust coated every surface, and old bulletins on the wall were so faded they were unreadable. It was impossible that anybody could have hidden there without me noticing. Still, I felt watched, as if eyes were on me from some impossible angle. I descended again, this time struggling to control the tremors in my legs. My throat was so dry I could barely swallow. Nothing made sense. Yet the urgency to wrap up my work overshadowed the confusion. I forced myself to focus on finalizing the GPS checks. My hands shook as I typed notes into my laptop. Even the breeze against the trees sounded, sinister like hushed voices conspiring. Just beyond my understanding, the forest that had once felt merely solitary was now claustrophobic, pressing in on me with a psychic heaviness. Eventually, I managed to stow all the equipment and slam my trunk shut. That muffled bang reverberated unnaturally in the emptiness, as though the woods absorbed the sound and replied with a low, ominous murmur. I slipped into the driver's seat, but before starting the engine, I couldn't resist taking a final look at the tower. Through the windshield dusk had fallen, and only the suggestion of its form was visible, a black outline against the twilight sky. I stared at that shape, half expecting the silhouette to reappear, but nothing happened. My chest felt crushed by the oppressive sense that this place was not done with me. I had the canny feeling I was leaving something behind, or that something was following me. The drive back to the main road was a nightmare in itself. Dirt paths, twisted through thick stands of trees, and the headlights threw frantic shadows along the trunks, creating the illusion of figures darting between them. My breathing remained rapid, and I tried to calm my racing thoughts by mentally reviewing my notes. But every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see someone sitting in the back seat, or the outline of a face at the window. The only thing I perceived was my own pale reflection, wide-eyed and drenched in perspiration when I reached a paved road. At last, a sliver of relief threaded through me. Streetlights were scarce, but better than none, and the knowledge that I was returning to some semblance of civilization offered a frail comfort. I found a motel on the outskirts of a small town and checked in. The clerk barely looked up, just handed me a key. I might have mumbled something about how quiet it was out there, but I can't recall exactly. My voice came out in a shaky monotone, and I'm not sure if the clerk even noticed my anxiety. Exhaustion gripped me, so I headed straight to my room without further thought. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered as I turned the switch, momentarily plunging the room into darkness. Before steadying, the air smelled stale, and the walls were covered in peeling floral wallpaper. I locked the door, set my laptop down, and sat at the edge of the bed, trying to gather my composure. My ears still rang with the silence of that forest clearing. Every time I closed my eyes, I envisioned the tower's silhouette, the shadowy figure turning its head in my direction. My skin felt fevered, and I noticed a slight tremor in my hands. I tried to force myself into a routine to calm down. I placed the laptop on the nightstand, intending to review my data, but my mind refused to focus on anything but that tower. My thoughts looped back to the moment I'd seen that shape disappear. How could anyone vanish so quickly on a cramped platform at the top of a rickety watchtower? And how could I find no trace of them? When I returned, I turned on the TV for background noise, hoping the static mumble would provide some distraction. But every meaningless commercial only heightened my sense of foreboding. Occasionally, I thought I heard creaks in the hallway footsteps that halted right outside my door. My heart would pound, and I'd stare at the gap under the door, expecting to see shadows. Yet, it remained empty. And I'd remind myself that old buildings made all sorts of noises. Still, each crack in the silence gnawed at my nerves in the middle of the night. I jolted awake. Apparently, I had dozed off with the lights on. My mouth was parched, and my pulse hammered, as if I'd been running for miles. Sweat clung to my skin like a damp sheet. A flicker of movement outside. The thin curtains caught my attention. I froze, my breath stuck in my throat. I could make out a silhouette against the dim illumination of the parking lot. It looked taller than average, or perhaps it was just the distorted angle. There was a brief shift, and then it vanished from the window's edge. My stomach twisted. I couldn't bring myself to check outside. I stayed there paralyzed, the hairs on my arms. Standing on end, hours seemed to blur into a half-waking nightmare. Every shuffle or distant door slam in the motel made me twitch. My mind played cruel tricks. I imagined that figure stepping down the hallway, passing under the humming lights, gliding closer whenever I mustered the courage to approach the door's peephole. I saw no one. The corridor lay vacant eventually. Exhaustion won out, and I slipped into a restless sleep plagued by disjointed images of the tower and the forest in those dreams. The watchtower loomed impossibly tall, and I kept climbing its stairs only to find a mirror at the top instead of an observation deck. But the reflection in the mirror wasn't my own. It was the silhouette, still and faceless, tilting its head in my direction. Come morning, a dull headache weighed on me like a physical burden. I felt far from rested, but the daylight brought a shred of courage. I gathered my belongings, checked out quickly, and got back on the road. My next assignments were in other, more populated areas, which gave me some relief. Yet throughout the drive, a nagging paranoia clung to me. I kept glancing at the side mirrors, half convinced I'd see that shape tailing me from a distance. Over the following days, my anxiety refused to subside. I found myself looking over my shoulder whenever I entered a new site for work. The faint rustle of leaves or the scrape of a branch against my car made my heart jump in passing conversation. A colleague mentioned that I seemed on edge, and I mumbled something about lack of sleep. I avoided describing the tower entirely, feeling that nobody would believe me, or they dismiss it as exhaustion, induced paranoia. If I admitted what I'd seen, even to myself it meant acknowledging something. Beyond logical explanation, that sense of being watched never fully left me. During quiet moments, I sometimes got the impression that if I turned around fast,
enough I would catch a glimpse of that figure. A presence weighed on my peripheral vision like a smudge. I couldn't wipe away my nights, became an uneasy blend of insomnia and fretful dreams, each one circling back to that solitary tower in the wilderness. Sometimes in those dreams I would look out from the platform and see my car below with me still standing by it. Gazing up, it was like I was watching myself through some other entity's eyes. Each time I'd wake with my heartbeat pounding and sweat soaking my sheets. Eventually I completed my work trip, collected all required data, and returned home. The comfort of my apartment offered some measure of security, yet in the darkness of my living room with the blinds drawn, I could still envision that tower and the figure on the parapet late at night. I would get the creeping sensation of eyes on my back forcing me to spin around, only to find my furniture cast in moonlit shapes. Even walking through my own hallway felt nerve-wracking, as if the wooden floor might creak and reveal an unseen watcher trailing behind me. Days turned into weeks, and while the raw terror ebbed, a disquieting memory persisted. I couldn't stop myself from replaying every detail in my mind: the rotted stairs, the encroaching sunset, the hush of the forest as I left the unmistakable outline of that stranger. If it was even a stranger standing so still and turning its head at me, I entertained the idea that I had conjured some hallucination due to stress, but the vividness refused to be dismissed. That haunted, lonely watchtower felt more real than many of the everyday routines I went through. Since coming home, even now, I occasionally wake in the middle of the night, certain I've heard a floorboard creak. My pulse quickens as I strain to hear any further movement. There's nothing, just the faint hum of the refrigerator or the distant noise of cars outside. Still, a chill wraps around my spine, and I recall the oppressive hush of that clearing. I imagine what it would feel like to stand at the foot of the tower again, Looking up and seeing that silhouette peering down at me, I never reported any strange sightings to the authorities, nor did I return to that location. Something in me resists the thought of going back, as if that place is best left abandoned. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if the figure is still there, silently occupying the top platform waiting. Perhaps it continues to watch travelers who stray too close, revealing itself only for an instant before disappearing into the old structure's dusty gloom. Or maybe it left along with me and I'm doomed to sense its silent vigil in my peripheral vision for as long as I live. No matter how much time passes, the thought of that watchtower triggers a dull ache of dread in my chest. My stomach knots whenever the memory surfaces and my palms sweat at the recollection of that fleeting shape. Dissolving into thin air, the entire experience remains etched into my mind like a scar. No logical explanation offers any closure. I'm left with a lingering, persistent question: was there really someone or something watching me that evening? Or was it my own fear made manifest in the waning daylight? I'm not sure which answer would bring less comfort. What I do know is that my life hasn't been the same since the lingering unease follows me in quiet moments, and I often feel compelled to check over my shoulder or glance at the windows. There's no telling if this sense of being observed is psychological or something far stranger, and every time I think of that tower, I feel the raw thud of my heart all over again, as though I'm still standing there, gazing up at a place that seems alive with secrets it will never share. Perhaps it's best that I never learn the truth behind that silent silhouette. But one thing is certain: some presences once encountered refuse to be forgotten, and if you ever find yourself in a similar place alone in the twilight, high above the tree line in a forgotten watchtower, be careful where you look and be prepared for what might look back.